battle has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
destruction of the realm. Call on our savior to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious. shadows of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world will stay and fortify. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away, we arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like we'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on down. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To the knowledge so intent on our end, we refuse to let you have the final say. Strike once, still the flow. Strike twice, redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on down. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, redeem this world. may your predator. The voice is called for blood. Who are we not to listen? Who are we not to listen? Who are we not to listen? Turning their whole world into dust and ash. Will bleed their whole world dry. Down to the last one. Show them who we are. None of their lies will remain. Dark clouds move closer, burnt with the deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands
变革轰然来袭。峡谷已是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，携一子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营。驰歌试马的少年们，这个夏天，寸土必争。
Welcome back to LPL Summer 2024, and welcome back to the hype, because we're about to get in a little bit of trouble. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Trouble, and we're going to have a great night. 2 best of 3s to decide what happens to the finality of round 1 of Group A.
Hello, happy to join you again, Mazel. You had to sneak in a trouble pun.
Had to.
I'm not gonna say these are getting more and more unique. Sarcasm
hype and
intended
the
right
trouble.
here.
I mean, come on. It works.
I hope you're having a great night for you, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I know we're going to have some good games ahead of us, but last night we actually got to have some pretty fun games. I know it was maybe a little bit of a draw for the casters there, but we had full 6 games finally in the LPL with LGD taking it over RNG 2-1, and then IG taking a 2-1 victory over an IP in a bit of a shocker.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. With how I saw LGD play versus BLG, I knew that they could take a series for sure. Also, there might have been a little bit of trolling from the side of BLG. I'm not gonna lie right there. However, NIP started so strong in the entire split. I even came out to say, hey, their first series, I think NIP have the best macro by far in the entirety of the LPL, out of any other team in the LPL. And I think that they proceeded 2 series in a row to actually not play so well. And I feel like this loss could potentially shake them out for the rest of the tournament.
Really interested at what kind of meta they're going to be bringing to the table with some of the wacky picks we saw. But let's go ahead and take a look at what we have in front of us today. Again, we said it's a Group A bout tonight in Beijing. It's going to be EDG versus TT and FPX versus JDG.
Yeah, EDG 1-1. They have a pretty good start in this particular group, especially when you have FPX and JDG and you're already 1-0 over FPX. Listen, I used to be a math student at university and I love to work with probabilities. So their probability of making it out of this group, having already beaten FPX, is kind of high.
Well, let's go ahead and take a check-in of those groups. As we said, it's going to be a Group A bout tonight as we finish the first round robin holistically. We do a little bit of check-in across the board. A lot of likely teams at the top. The one that's not as likely, that Group D, AL 3-1, top of the group after the first round. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, huge for IG picking up that victory as well. Kind of shakes up the entire group. I feel like the second round robin, when it starts, when it hits on Group D, is going to be absolute chaos. I feel like we already had our ducks in a row when it comes to Group D. We're like, yeah, NIP, Weibo looked pretty good, but I feel like AL sitting super convincingly at the very top of this table is going to shake up the entire group.
Yeah, but going into the split, I looked at that group and I was like, the Elmo meme will just be the theme for Group D, and it turns out it's a little bit true. But as we move back into the focus of this first series itself, EDG versus TT. TT have not had a lot go right for them, but it has been a heartbreaking journey up to this point. They have been so close so many times and just unable to close series out, losing a ton of 2-1 best of 3s.
Yeah, and I feel like looking at their early game, I have been very impressed actually by Beijon and Yukal being able to take control, especially from mid lane, and then freeing up the jungle. Beijon is someone that I'm looking at, and looking at his history, it's like Carthus Graves, Carthus Graves, Carthus Graves, Carthus Graves. Give me farming junglers, baby. I will play them all. And one Viego in there, okay, for some variety. However, it has been predominantly farming junglers. However, he is a type of player that will play them a little bit more aggressive. He'll set up for dives. If he's pathing opposite enemy jungler, he will make sure to take some control on that side of the map. And he has looked great in the early game. However, mid game has looked so chaotic and confusing for the side of TT that they just end up losing games through that.
I want to see them use the prio that Yukal can gain in mid lane proactively, but also continue that streak of 1XM playing a little bit more utilitarian and bot side, have a little bit more focus on supporting the rest of the team with a lot of strong members, where Yukal has been strong for like the last year and a half, it feels like. But just trying to pull it together is the difficulty. Now, on the other side, pulling it together, EDG, they have had a bit of a resurgence, and it's called the EDG refresh.
You know what? I feel like the Yukal story matches a little bit with the JJ story, because a lot of people last week were like, give JJ a team. This guy looked incredibly lonely when it came to making the plays, having these proactive moves on the map, trying to get engages, disengages, something to happen. And I feel like you're so right about this. I feel like the addition of Wink in the roster in particular, having a secondary engage, a secondary shot calling in the team, has sort of freed up JJ to play the way he does, but now he also has the follow-up.
Yeah, and I think the big proponent of that has been a lot of the direction and the command given by Wink, who I know is sorely missed by IG with some of the rambunctious plays we've seen from them, but he has brought a lot of engage potential, a lot of shot calling potential to EDG, and I think it's shored a lot of avenues up for them. I think we're still seeing some rookie-ish moments from Solo Kill and from Leave himself, a lot of turbulation in that top and ADC position for EDG over the last like year or so, but it's truly about JJ and supporting this guy and making it work through him. And we've seen time and time again in his history, not only as a world champion, but he's also found a lot of strength this split.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I feel like he threw a little bit of shade at my boy Solo Kill right there. Listen, I think he had a fantastic game versus FPX. One in particular where he was 3,000 gold down. You're gonna be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. How was his game fantastic when he was individually 3,000 gold in deficit? And it's the fact of how he used that deficit to benefit the rest of the team. It was in particular versus Xiao Lahu. It was the Jace versus TF matchup. He was on TF and he managed to not die in lane, even though he lost Summoner super early on. He was using his time instead of going top lane and basically endangering another kill going down on him. He went bot lane, he took kills through there, and he basically completely equalized that 3,000 gold deficit within 10 or 15 minutes on the map just by being proactive somewhere else.
Yeah, and I think that kind of proactivity is super important tonight, but I'm specifically looking at this jungle matchup. JJ versus Beichuan, both differing styles coming into it to some extent, with, we highlighted Beichuan having a little bit more of an active farm style. It's like the Graves, the Karthuses. He's played a little bit of the Viego, but JJ on the other side, he's gone for the Lee Sins, the Nidalees. He's gone for a lot more aggressive, in-your-face styles, even the Xin Zhao with a little bit of utility there. But I am very interested at what the picks around these two junglers are going to be, because they are going to have the spotlight tonight.
And I'm actually very interested to see whether they're gonna go with something like the Karthus from the set of TT, because you mentioned how JJ is more than happy to pick things like the Nidalee and play in your face, and we all know how Nidalee, with a few pushing lanes, a few priority lanes, if you will, can really get into Karthus' jungle and make his day a literal nightmare. And Beichuan is somebody who has picked the Karthus into the Nidalee, and it has worked for them in the early game. I think it was specifically the game versus JDG that they played, if I'm not wrong, where they had that early game Karthus into Kanavi's Nidalee actually, and he was 3-0 in the early game, and he worked so well. And of course, I'm not saying that EDG cannot replicate what JDG could. However, if you can pull out the same formula with your Karthus versus EDG, you might have more chance of success.
Shoutouts to both the orgs for putting out so much swag it seemed to all the fans there. That was actually pretty awesome to go through. But I agree. I think there's going to be a lot of question marks raised tonight and maybe some answers given to those because we are about to crest over into the second round robin of this Group A, and I think that is where the nitty-gritty starts coming out because we obviously had a front runner in JDG. They have dominated so far. They're looking to dominate continuously tonight and go undefeated in that first round, but it really is that second spot that is so important, right? And if you have that 2-1 up for EDG, like you had said earlier, statistics are definitely in your favor there.
Yeah, and TT, this could be the resurgence, right? We have said how the early game looks good, and I feel like a lot of the times for some teams it's just sitting down and figuring out how in the world can you crack that mid game, because I feel like there's a lot of talk about it. You know, how League of Legends currently has been oversimplified and overanalyzed, and every nook and cranny of it has been explained pretty much, and it's sort of like a few puzzle pieces that if you put them together you can very easily create a solution. However, in the heat of the moment, when you're on the Rift, the easiest way you can explain to your players on how to crack that mid game, which is pretty much the most difficult part. Oh my god, wait!
He's doing the missing.
Which is pretty much
Love it.
which is pretty much the most difficult part, right, of the entire game, bridging your early game lead, or deficit rather, into something that can get you the winning fight, the winning gameplay. And I feel this is what TT have been missing so far, and it might have been, you never know, through shot calling or through understanding that mid game, but I feel like taking that early and snowballing with it versus EDG is going to be so important. However, seeing how Wink is so confident, I want to say, on stage, and how deadly today might not be the easiest task.
Yeah, it's going to be a little difficult potentially. But it's also just been a story of TT have great moments. Their early games look like they have things put together and how they want to dictate the pressure around the map itself. But then as you had kind of foreshadowed to earlier, the mid-game, late-game seems like sometimes chickens with their heads cut off. So I think trying to get a shore up of how they want to play a very distinct direction in their draft is going to be super important as we see the classic UCal intro. But I think it's also about what they want for 1xN tonight, the guy you see on your screen there, what they want to try to bring to the table with him, if they're going to go a little bit more aggressive style at least, or try to bring in that utility with the Jhin, the things like that we've seen so far in the meta.
Yeah, we did see him play some Ezreal as well earlier on in the season, and I'm pretty sure it was Namera who mentioned how, hey, it's more of a comfort pick for 1xN to fall back into that pick. However, Ezreal has not necessarily been the strongest AD carry due to all the item changes recently, and especially how a lot of the AD carries like to go towards the lethality, like the Varus, like the Jhin you previously mentioned as well, that work really well with his super early high power spike sort of momentum items. I do agree with you. I think you're a little bit biased because you want to see Jhin. I'm not gonna lie with you.
Maybe a little bit.
But I do agree that when you have such a high octane jungle mid duo, I feel like falling back on something that is a little bit more supported, even through the AD carry role, could be of huge importance for the side of TT. Even something like the Ashe, if it does make it through the draft, could be huge to pick up as AD carry.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Also, a little bit of a change up for TT, subbing out Feather and bringing back in Tio, who's very known for his engage potential. So we'll see if that changes things, especially against Wink. Maybe it gives you that upper hand, but maybe it also changes the style we'll see from 1xN away from a little bit more of that utility focus. But we'll be getting into it here shortly. What do you think is going to be the prio of this Karthus? Do you think we see it banned? We are in Fearless, so only the teams can only play it once apiece.
Can only play once.
But do you think we just see it completely banned out for the day?
I'm not sure, actually. I feel like JJ is a very confident enough jungler that he could probably pull very easily what Kanavi did, specifically versus Beishan, where Beishan just picked the Karthus into the Nidalee. So we're talking about double confidence here. You know that you're confident enough to pick the Nidalee into the Karthus, but you also know that your opponent is confident enough to pick the Karthus into a counterpick, like a Nidalee. So I feel like it's going to be more of an open state. I feel if anything, it's going to be mid lane. That's going to be an absolute battlefield. Tristana is going to be of huge importance. We talked about how for TT, it does rely on UCal to get a priority mid lane, and I feel like this champion is so busted in terms of priority right now that it would be huge if TT could get their hands on it.
Very much looking forward to what priority we get tonight, because especially like the things like the Skarner, stuff like that is still ever present. We're obviously still on 14-10, so still a lot of big picks up there on the top side too. And I think with that big focus being towards the jungle, it's all about like what prio lanes look like for either side. And especially I feel like the more important thing is like the first 3 picks on either side, trying to figure out what exactly the style is going to be like tonight from TT, because we know what the style is going to be like from EDG. It's going to be get JJ some tools.
Get him the Zinzao, get him the Lee Sin, get him the Nidalee, get him any of that stuff. Now,
I want to see his grade.
I wanted to talk a little bit. Please no. Marcel, you know I'm a Graves hater, okay?
You hate
Please.
everything that I love. That's it. That's what we're getting to.
Wait, you love Graves?
I mean, Graves is very fun. I like Graves.
Oh god.
But hey, we get a perfect
All right.
segue because now we're back into the
Draft.
draft. So now we got the Rumble ban and the Hui Karthus banned by EDG on that blue side. So the Karthus will be not shown today. The Skarner and the Senna already banned by TT, followed up by the Ashe.
Yeah, we could see a handshake right here between the Tristana and the Corki, two S tier mid laners, I would have to say, together with the Hui. However, the Hui has been banned out. So it could be the case that Yukel just grabs the Corki right here into the Tristana. We have seen a lot of Talia replies into the Tristana as well. Stops her from being a little bit too aggressive in the mid lane, especially with the rocks being down.
Right.
However, the matchup we were talking about, the Nidalee versus Karthus, I'm not going to lie to you, Marcel. I was thinking it was going to be the other way around. However, seeing the Nidalee paired up with the Renekton, this is a tale as old as time.
Very, very much confidence pick here by Beichuan. Just wanting to take that away in case JJ wanted to steal it up. But now a couple cards played on the table here by TT, so some answers definitely coming out. Top lane matchup has been decided. We have seen Renekton go mid now with a little bit of flexibility in the draft, but we'll see if that matchup stays the same, as Cassante is the lock-in for EDG.
I wonder if this is going to actually be something aggro, like a Brand or a Lilia potentially right here from JJ, because he does have the priority mid. And Brand is a very, very powerful champion. Again, especially with the changes, he's going to get locked in here. Especially with the changes with his ultimate. He's actually a pretty strong 1-versus-1 champion as well. Because now the ultimate can bounce off of himself. Corki locked in, as we said earlier as well. And I feel like both sides... I'm not going to lie to you, Marcel. I'm loving both sides at this moment.
No,
very,
you have
very
to
much.
choose one. You can't take both home with you. You have to choose... No, I'm just joking. You can choose both. I'm sorry I got so aggressive. I think the real fact of the matter is, and speaking of the aggression point, I think what we've seen is the brand is very good at upsetting a lot of the farm jungle style that we've seen, but it's also just good at getting pressure out around the objective timings, especially the grubbies into the dragons, things like that. I think is really, really big.
Yeah, and I feel like both teams right now need to bridge the gap because they have so much range. The second anyone walks forward into a Brand, you literally get burnt down. You've got Poe coming in from Corki, Poe coming in from Nidalee. You need champions that can bridge the gap without necessarily committing too hard into these situations. Now, we have seen previously Wink play the Sejuani, which is another non-committal engage kind of champion, but it was paired up with the Senna, and Senna has been banned away from the side of TT here. So I'm wondering what else they've got in their bag, because things like Sejuani and Ornn are the two champions that come into my head. Nautilus has also been left out open, so I'm assuming it will be the choice for one of the two supports here.
I like some of the cleanup bans in the second phase, though, like some of the big engage supports, the Blitzcrank trying to upset. Wink has terrorized so many games with his Blitzcrank, so I'm glad that they respect that one a little bit. The Ezreal locked in here. We've seen it starting to rise in priority across the LPL.
Now, there's one thing that I do like about the Ezreal is that he's very self-sufficient. You can leave him in lane and actually roam. So picking up the Ezreal out here on R4 and leaving as a counter pick, the support pick for QQ is going to be huge. We've mentioned over and over again how having the strongest support impacts the pack so much, especially when you're going for carry versus carry in the jungle.
I like the Jinx here, though. Able to get the double marksman composition to enable a little bit of that pushing from JJ with the Brand, but now you have to get some frontline, you have to get some lockdown. Big pick still on the table is the Nautilus, so I do expect that one to be locked in now that Leona is also taken away. So now you're looking at TT and you're saying, Xiao, you gotta get something that can get out on the map.
No, that's not it. We talked about how we want for teams to be able to bridge the gap. However, for TT, they have so much poke and so much squishiness that they need some type of engage. The Alistar could definitely work. However, it's not going to be the easiest because you're committing a body into a brand Nautilus Tristana, and it's going to be very difficult to get out of there alive. I'm loving what I'm seeing here, Mazel. I'm not going to lie to you. I feel like both EDG and TT have very clear-cut win conditions. So much poke coming out of TT that if you get someone poked out enough, you could potentially get a flanking with Renekton and Alistar. And for EDG, it's a more of a clear-cut front-to-back composition, if you will, with a ton of damage coming from their carries.
I like it. So trying to look at how you get to second, third items for EDG, continually get JJ out on the map, where TT are looking all eyes on BH1 to kind of be the super active person on their map, right?
Yeah, this is going to be the case. You need something to happen early on, especially as you said second, third item. You need something to be happening on your map so you don't give up too much. Because there is so much range on the side of TT that the second TT actually get control of these neutral objectives, it's going to be so difficult for EDG to walk through choke points.
Well, we're about to find out how this night's going to pan out. We're getting into game number 1 in Beijing. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's EDG versus TT. EDG trying to take the step up in this Group A. A 2-1 sounds a lot better than a 1-2 going to the second round. But we got aggressive jungle matchups. It's all about JJ versus BH1 and how the map supports these two guys. And it's going to be the Nidalee versus the Brand all day long. We'll hopefully get the Gyos going real quick, real soon, and we're off on to game 1. So we've seen...
Okay, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah?
The EDG Gyos were a lot more coordinated.
Maybe a little fandom difference. I don't know. You never know. Hey, Clear Love
Just a
brings a
small one.
lot of fans to the table. You hear how loud... Like, the EDG is the one team that the cheers are, like, so much louder for the coach than it is for any of the players. But we are seeing the level, and we've seen this run rampant across the LPL. Level 1's late invades. BH1 going to take half his health. Wink taking half of his, but... BH1 will be able to heal up a little bit later on.
JJ walks straight back in, checking if his jungle is being taken away. However, again, EDG, they do not have the range to fight right now. The spears, the Qs from Ezreal just running in, raining in rather. EDG, they're going to get spotted on the ward right here. And the lane swap is also underway for them. See, get away from an Ezreal lane
sounds
is
good.
not necessarily what you're expecting. However, the difference right here is that they want to take their Cassante away from a potential Renekton and Nidalee angle.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Hoya is actually going to be spotted out in mid lane. Also, quick congratulations to Tiocho on his 400th game in the LPL. Not too shabby there, joining the likes of... some high numbers there, it seems. Hoya just playing around with the map right now, just probably going to go answer this top side of the map. But the more important thing is looking at these junglers, both of them moving up towards top. JJ did not finish out his bottom side, so he didn't get spotted on that ward down there at the red buff.
It's actually very creative what you can do in terms of vision when you know where the first ward has been placed. A lot of junglers will actually choose to start from the camp that has been warded, and it usually is around birds. The first wards go down. So if you start at your chickens, you can pretty much go anywhere. You can go to the other quadrant and come back. You can finish the quadrant and go full clear. Both of these junglers are going to end up on completely different sides on the map. But this is something that we talked about in lane. And it's very creative from TT as well, because again, Ezreal is one of the most self-sufficient AD carries. Really hard to pin down, really hard to punish and kill in the early game, and he can farm from a super high distance whilst also harassing any melee champion, which in these terms is the Cassante or solo kill.
Yeah, that's why I really like that they brought Tiocho up to towards that top side. It's maybe a little bit wonky from what you've seen, I guess, here recently, with a lot of the lane swaps, but it's a really good answer from TT. Now, we will get lanes kind of resuming to their positions, but Beichuan is looking on the top side of the map, as you said, those culminations of the clears ending up on opposite sides. So kind of ships in the night for the moment, but objectives will be coming up in about a minute and a half.
Yeah, and if you think about it, red side is a little bit more safe in terms of top lane when it comes to like diving and getting ganked. However, Ekesante that early on, it could very well be susceptible to dying. You do not have a flash, you only have a ghost. There's flash on base one and Hoya, so it could be very, very completely different situation when you have that gank towards the top side of the map and you lose your Ekesante early on and a lot of that pressure. So
yeah.
I don't mind the swap from EDG. However, calm down everyone. Swaps nowadays only last for just a couple of minutes. They only last for the first few levels. The second the solo lanes get to level 3, you see everybody pretty much forming back to the initial, more standard quote-unquote lanes.
Yeah, to be fair, we have had some ones go like 8-10 minutes, but it's few and far between, much more so than like it used to be every single game. We do want to look at lane states right now before these objectives spawn, because the thing is, in 30 seconds the dragon spawns, in a minute and 30 is the grubs, but it's more so about that priority in mid lane and which way teams are leaning. Cryin and UCal, they are the center stage now to see which objective is going to be the most priority.
Yeah, and also knowing Brand, he loves doing void grabs. It's just so easy to just take them down with the champion. And Nidalee is much better taking down more single target neutral objectives in the early game. So I would assume that TT would want to start taking these dragons. Again, this is their priority in terms of neutral objectives as well when it comes to TT. We talked about how they're a very heavy poke team that like to be in the neutral objectives first. So establishing control towards where they are stronger, which right now you see Wink is not in the bot lane. There's push coming through that bot. You can sneak your Nidalee down that river later on. I feel like having that poke to dissuade any situation from teams coming through choke points is going to be huge for TT. Also, getting many dragons early on means that you're going to force those fights. And you're going to force EDG to walk through those choke points to fight you.
So JJ just finished his back, ping towards the grubs, but the fight goes on in topside. Beichuan finished his Krugs, went straight up to the top gank. He is pathing down the river now, and maybe a little bit of adaptation from JJ, realizing he can't just go get the free grubs.
Yeah, and you see, this would have been a whole different story if that was a level 1 to a level 2 Cassante. That was the top side of the map. However, you mentioned it. Beitron's showing towards that top side of the map. Look at the movement coming in from the side of EDG. They've got priority mid, fully pushed lane. Their brand is already in the river. Wink is taking complete control in terms of vision, and they're going to be starting the dragon. It's a swapperoo.
It is a swapperoo, but something I think that TT is going to be pretty happy with, as it's so easy to just scoop up those grubs as the brand. We'll get a little bit of proxy farming from Hoya there with taking advantage of this side of the map. I like that EDG were able to adapt their style here, but this is where I want to talk about some of the win conditions we set out in draft is like that front to back is favoring EDG's length of time in this game. So they're fine trading these as long as there's no late game stacking objectives being necessarily fully thrown TT's way, where we looked at TT to be that proactive team, to have Beichuan trying to look for resources for everyone.
Yeah, you need a couple of items first, especially when you're looking at TT. We said how UCal was going to be so pivotal in terms of unlocking Beitron on the map to fight. However, it hasn't necessarily been the case. Again, Tristana is such a strong, potent champion when it comes to priority. Like, through her E passive, being able to shove in those waves so quickly, Corki doesn't even have time to actually trade with you, which he's very strong at, especially level 1 to level 2, because he's too busy trying to shove in the wave. Tristana is just way too good at that. And he has given a lot of priority to EDG to start taking those dragons. Again, for TT, I feel like dragons are very pivotal, actually.
Yeah.
Stacking them up, forcing EDG, again, to walk towards you when you have so much poke would be the ideal scenario. However, it's still fine to take those void grabs, a little bit more experience onto the Nidalee, a little bit more gold onto the Nidalee to try and funnel these items early on.
Was a path towards mid by Teoteo, but now it's really going to be where Wink and Teoteo get unlocked onto the map. Yes, Wink is going back down towards bot side to make sure Leave and him get a little bit more XP, but it's going to be the influence from these two supports that will be felt now that we're getting towards that 8-minute mark. A little bit of damage from UCal and Cryin in the mid lane, and it's UCal who gets priority this time.
Yeah, shoving in with all the items. Yuka's gonna take priority. It's only gonna mean that he gets a little bit more tempo on the map. He's going to get to reset first. Before that, Tristana is actually gonna... Okay, he started resetting twice. However, he is going to stay on the map. I'm assuming there is some sort of item spike that he is looking for, and there is nothing to play on the map, honestly, right now. There are no neutral objectives. There are no waves being built up for dive, so staying on the map, I guess, is quite safe for him. He has the control ward. He's going to spot Wink on it as well, but he also has his support moving towards that mid lane. Gonna get that cannon wave, and I'm wondering what actually is gonna end up in his inventory, like how much gold he has in terms of understanding why he stayed behind for that one.
Nice little re-engage there. JJ is just looking for the pyroclasm onto them. They're going to get it. Toto looking to go down and carved up into burgers. First blood for EDG.
So that reset we're talking about,
Yeah?
maybe it wasn't that bad of an idea. I'm not going to lie to you. Committing support right there and falling prey to EDG, and especially the kill going towards Brand and pulling up ahead when you've got such an aggro jungler like Nidalee that likes to take those fights early on. It's going to be a little bit dicey right now, especially when you have first item coming through for Brand. It's going to be so difficult fighting around objectives, especially around grabs, where the ult can bounce up a lot more times. And that was a very, very nice hook from Wing. JJ is around as well. You see that Beitron is nowhere to be found on the map. He was towards the top side. He was just resetting, coming back up. So great find right there from EDG to just punish Alistar being a little bit too far forward.
We said Joto was trying to get on the map, trying to be active. Well, that's not the activity you necessarily
Hey, he was
want.
covering for the no reset mid. This is the sin supports have to pay for the solo laners.
It is. The sacrifice is real. He has hit level 6, so now next time it'll be a little bit harder for people to kill him. I do want to take a look at the map, though, because we have a readaptation from the EDG. They're bringing Leave up towards top side. JJ will also be on this side of the map clearing, so they'll have a lot of presence up here, and especially with the next round of grubs, it's all expected.
I'm just going to redirect everyone's eyes to JJ's inventory. Leandris has already been completed. Such a potent, strong first item for this particular champion. We just mentioned how around Void Grabs, Brand wants to fight. However, TT are so quick. Solo Kill is down bot lane. Doesn't have TP. He shows on the wave. TT know that they have numbers advantage.
I'm honestly wondering why EDG felt so hesitant to move in through their own jungle there. They end up bringing all three around through top side. They'll get one grub, but it's pity prizes here. TT made the move, and they got the execution.
Honestly, I'm not going to lie right now. I think they can make a beeline towards that dragon as well, towards that bot side. You see the bot lane is already moving towards that bot side of the map. JJ is just going to take one Void Grab, and I'm like, that was very, very slow indeed, Mazel, from EDG. They have the brute force with the Brand. They had the bot lane going towards the top side of the map first. However, the priority was to shove in that wave in the top lane and then deep into the river. And TT, seeing Solo Kill down bot lane without that TP, they knew they had the numbers advantage to sneak in, take the buff, and sneak out.
I think Cryan also is a huge damage source for EDG, and they didn't feel super confident with him not having the same entrance as the rest of the team too. He did get Kraken Slayer. We are getting, items completions across the board. We got the Lich Bane now completed for Beitron, so he'll be a little bit more active too. But 2 minutes until a Rift Herald spawns at the top side of the map. Dragon still available. EDG have some presence around it. Looks like JJ is going to start that one up.
And that is really good for EDG, again, settling on a win condition, which is going to be stacking up the dragons. Cryan is actually super respecting the fact that he knows his entire team is towards the bot side. They're actually going to tempo TP towards the bot side, trying to potentially take the first tower. This might be a fight on who takes the first tower first. Nidalee Renekton versus Tristana. 3-tower platings I'm seeing still on the bot side of the map. It's not even going to be a race.
It's maybe a Hare and the Tortoise style situation. I don't know. Just take a little bit of time. They just took their turret really fast. They're really fast eaters. We will see a lot of time down towards this. Okay, I was going to say, are they just going to let this go down here? No!
Oh!
Leave! Caught window shopping with the best of them. He really wanted that IE, didn't he?
Oh, I feel like this was the greed. This was the greed. It was like, even if they spot me, I can still go. Gets caught up in the CC from Alistar, ends up going down. That's actually huge. I mean, again, not much in terms of map presence right here. However, Brand, this was the wave that Jinx would typically catch up on. and Brad wouldn't be doing top side. So these are the very small things in terms of tempo that you can really lose when you lose one member off of the map. That would have been Jinx's wave, so he gets more experience and gold through that. Brand gets to reset earlier, gets to be on the map early. Now it's a little bit delayed. So all of these things can very slowly snowball. However, again, a pretty decisive start for TT. They have had pretty clean and early and good early games. You do have a kill onto the Corki, double Trinity Force already completed. This is a pretty good start for your Poke champions. You've got Lichbane, as you mentioned as well, Mazel, onto your Nidalee. So Poke is going to start to slowly but surely start hurting.
Yeah.
However, TT have not been the greatest at understanding how to snowball and how to teamfight. They usually get caught up in choke points. They get caught up in the jungle. Let's see if this time around they can use a little bit more vision control, be first in the neutral objectives, and use their poke to dictate these fights.
Quote one of my favorite shows, they're entering the danger zone. We'll see if they can actually navigate the mid game that has been so troublesome for them here in recency. But they have the comp to do it if they can keep it to their strengths. I think they need to utilize their item spikes. And even this first item spike, I think, is pretty strong with the double Trinity Force completed. But it seems like they're really willing to sneak away objectives, continue farming. And I want to gauge your thought process on that, because we've said the whole time, EDG just want to get to like 3 items. That is like the golden hour for them if they can get to that point. And TT seem to be okay giving that to them.
Yeah, however, I feel like TT are also very strong on 2 to 3 items. Ezreal starts hurting. Corki definitely starts hurting. He's one of the more heavy-hitting AD champions in the mid lane right now. And of course, Nidalee, the more AP you have on those spears, the more they're going to hurt. Of course, hitting things like Nautilus and Cassante is not going to be your ideal targets. However, going towards Jinx, Tristana, and Brand, this could be very pivotal. Again, it's not necessarily about TT killing their opponents. It's about poking them enough that you possibly force a reset TP, that you possibly force a reset on a champion that doesn't have a TP, and then you've got the numbers advantage. So far, TT have been heavily relying on gauging what's happening on the map, taking the numbers advantage and sneaking in objectives, which has been to their favor. However, EDG have been stacking up those dragons, which will force, one way or the other, TT's hand in trying to contest for soul point.
And I think giving a little bit of light to TT's tries, I guess, in this split, it has been built around a core that has been together for 2 years, right? Beichuan and Yukao have both been the centerpieces for TT for 2 years, which is actually insane to me when we haven't seen TT be able to break into that top 10 in recency, at least. And this split, it seemed like it was going to have some turnarounds. We saw some struggles there, maybe a little bit of revolving door in bot lane, but this is the duo that needs to be on point. We need to see them have some execution in these next fights, because EDG are just going to group up and they're going to look for their front to back all day.
Very, very clever right here from EDG. They see supporter was the top side of the map. That was instantly their trigger. They've got double 80 carries on their hands. Jinx plus Tristana, they eat those towers alive. Mid lane tier 1 going down versus a very, very squishy team like TT could be huge to take control on the map in terms of vision. However, TT still have that Rift Rail. They're going to use it mid, try to put some pressure down to possibly bleed it into a Dragon contest.
They have the 5 grubs, makes the siege a little bit easier, but the thing is, on the other side, you got a Jinx and a Tristana with a Brand. I think wave clear is going to be just peachy for them. Maybe even a little bit of iced tea with that. I got the laugh, that's all that matters.
That is indeed going to be the case. EDG gonna take some quick resets on the map. Okay.
Confidence ult, you know,
using
confidence
his...
ult.
Listen. If 1xN can use his ultimate to wave clear, so can Leave. It's about establishing dominance on this damn map, okay?
Global for global. Go trade, I guess. Brian's always taking this, but doesn't want to bite off a little bit more, though, because the rest of TT were hovering. Looks like that tower will not fall just yet, but I expect some more coverage around bot side because Dragon is spawning. It would be a 3rd in a row for EDG, and TT needs to defend that.
I'm very worried right here because, again, Alistar still was the top side of the map when Dragon has already literally spawned, and this is going to be so point for the side of EDG. Mind you, this is going to be an Ocean Soul versus a Poke team. EDG take those any single time of the day. However, having Crying towards the top side of the map and having to TP your Tristana in, they didn't feel confident enough to actually take control of that bot side river, and TT has sort of established a little bit of vision in it. I feel like both teams seem a little bit indecisive in terms of just walking in with raw numbers, and I feel like it has hurt EDG more than it has TT because they have lost a bunch of fights that they were favorable for, especially
Yeah.
in terms of item breakpoints.
And I think the hesitance right now for EDG around this dragon is TT literally have the perfect comp to fight over dragon if you're there first, right? They literally have a giant wall
But they weren't.
separating. They were kind of in position, but they literally have that death wall that's right in front of the dragon pit to throw all the spears, all the mystic shots, all the rockets over, and they can play from safety. Now we see some of that pressure given, and EDG will approach from the top side.
They do still have 3 members around, and Batron could maybe look to try and steal. It's just going to be spectator
That's
mode
a
right
tempo
here.
dragon right there. They just said,
The-
TT, you're lacking. I'm going to take it.
I mean, EDG, again, they're gauging the map, and they're taking control in terms of numbers all around. The star's going to go down. Solo kill the ghost. He's getting out of dodge instantly.
Pretty speedy. Actually looks like a little bit of distraction down there. They were trying to maybe collapse on a solo kill, weren't able to get it. EDG was moving up towards top side, so resets come out. EDG go to Soul Point and get a Phantom Dancer on lead.
Listen, Mazel, 19 minutes in, 2 kills. Hashtag not my LPL.
Yeah, you know, I ain't a big fan of it either, but you know, here, this is the LPL we
I'm
get,
like-
all right? But I will
You know
say,
what? I get needly nectin. I'm like, surely there's gonna be some action towards the upside. They lane swap. I'm like, it's fine. Neil is just gonna find Bran in his jungle. It never happened. I'm like, it's fine. Surely they're gonna find for Soul Point, right? No, they're not.
I still think, though, there's been some really interesting dynamics in terms of strategies and approach in this, and I think TT have fallen short in a couple of them, but the looks have been really interesting. EDG have just like slowly crept up through the game, and even though there's been no real big CS differentials, it just feels like control of the map with their team fight composition has been wrestled.
Yeah, I feel like decisiveness has come through decision making when it comes to EDG. Taking more of a lead in the game, taking that mid lane tower when they see numbers advantage, sneaking in and taking 3 dragons in a row, knowing that they're going to be forcing TT to fight them in literally 3 minutes and 20 seconds time from now. And this is what I'm looking for. In 3 minutes, I need TT to take some control of that bot lane. However, you've got Brand, you've got Tristana, and you've got Jinx on the side of EDG. If you show up with this dragon, I'm pretty sure that a Baron can melt down real quickly on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Navori Flicker Blade now for Crying as well. The Rally is a big power boost for the brand already unlocked for JDG. Now we are getting the second items for carries on TT's side in UCal and 1XN. That'll be really important to kind of keep an eye on, but it's about where you can get this damage in, and I think counting in between fights is the most important thing for TT.
Yeah, and Patron is really looking to complete the Shadow Flame as well. Has the 2 components in his inventory. Power farming towards it. He should be able to complete it before the next dragon comes up for grabs right here. TT, that mid lane tower is so again important for taking that vision away from your enemies. Only 3 members of TT around, of EDG around, but you mentioned it. The wave clear is so freakishly good from the side of EDG that TT are gonna have to take a member down on the map, or make sure that at least they're not in the vicinity to be able to take that mid lane tier 1 down.
And the reason why you're seeing TT try and try again at getting this tier 1, it enables EDG's comp so well. You have a base to operate out of with your flying carries and Crying and Leave, and it makes it so easy to move to either side objective every time they need to. And EDG are just hovering around this Baron side.
Yeah, absolutely. It also makes it so scary. If EDG lose that mid lane tower, all the skill shots, that's the word I was looking for. All the skill shots coming in from Ezreal, Corki, Needly Spears, coming through Fog of War around your jungle when you're trying to push in that mid lane wave. It's going to be very scary for any carry of EDG to walk up and try to shove in that wave. Now, 1 minute and 17, and as you can see, EDG are threatening Baron. They're towards the top of the map, they're shoving in this wave, there is TP on Crying to join if there is a fight to break out towards that dragon. He's gonna make sure he takes down that tower with him as well. This is pretty good movement from EDG. Again, their win versus FPX was not fast, but it was clean, it was slow, and it was calculated. And so far, this is what EDG's gameplay has been.
We're gonna get a double play on the bot side. UCal gets out the Valkyrie. Crying, getting the angle here, though. UCal's not able to get out of that one, and that's 500 gold going over to solo kill.
And that's 41 seconds of a death timer.
Yeah.
And 33 on the timer for the next dragon. It's going to be Soul for EDG.
Oof, that's so
Getting
unfortunate.
that sweet healing when there's a poke composition on the other side of the reef feels really, really good.
We just talked about this guy being a pillar, and EDG know how to crack some pillars out from under them.
Yeah, Yukao pushes a little bit too far forward. Again, there is absolutely zero vision towards that bottom of the map. And you should expect, you don't see anyone from EDG, you should expect that there's a reset to try and take control, to establish some vision for that soul for EDG. You cannot underestimate that pressure towards the bottom of the map. Yukao misstep. They might have to pull a Hail Mary here for that Baron because they've got
All
nothing
right.
else going on for them on the map.
Why not, I guess? It's burning pretty heavily. They do have a lot of damage themselves, having a double marksman comp of some sorts. Now, Solo Kill has a really beautiful angle here. Cassante, but the Baron already gone to TT. Now they just need to get out. Chocho gonna give his life over there, and it's fine if you can make it out with 4 purple capes and TT make their own tempo play.
All right, they're gonna take that Baron right here. That was the fastest shot calling I've seen from TT today, because so far it's been quite slow trying to reply towards EDG. However, 4 members on the map only for TT, and the only member that can threaten any sort of type of engage is dead for another 5 seconds. So EDG, doesn't matter whether there's Baron on TT members, they're gonna take those waves, push them in. You could say this is a reverse Baron power play. This time it's enabled by EDG.
Problem with TT is they don't have a lot of way clear. They have a lot of single target damage, but they'll be able to poke some of their way out with the Baron buff here and survive under their tier 2. Tilto is re-enabled onto the map. You got a TP coming to mid lane there from 1xN just to try to get as much from this Baron buff as they possibly can. You got
The
2
mid lane
minutes.
tower, Marcel.
It's
finally that
going
mid lane
down.
tower. The
Oh, and
tempo
Prime gets
TP. Yeah, the tempo TP into finally that mid lane tower that should have been down ages ago from the side of TT, and slowly but surely, I mean, this is a 1.1k gold power play from TT, but this is pretty much almost as much as you get from the Baron itself. An entire tower went down mid lane tier 2 for EDG, and again, slow and steady wins the race for them. EDG have been slowly creeping up their vision deeper and deeper into enemy territory. And as you can see, it's just very dangerous to
Hoya.
walk up if you're TT. Hoya has
ward
walked
is
up.
devious. That Solo Kill just TP'd to under the turret there. Now they've completely surrounded the Croc. Here comes the depth charge into the river, and that's it. The Croc no longer has an environment to live in.
Again, numbers advantage on the map for EDG. They punish anyone who well, I can't even call it overextending, man. He was literally almost underneath his tower. Like, I can't even blame Hoya right there.
so Smurf, man. Like, that is so insane. And it
He's like, oh, my
enables.
top player overextended. He was under his tower.
They're going to just snowball this straight into the turrets, too, because they have this Tristana Brand combo. You can do so much damage from standing off turret with Brand. It gets so difficult. They've snowballed into mid lane, too, and EDG are using their group comp so well. We set it out for them from the beginning, and that poke is not strong enough to defy.
And especially when you've got waves upon waves hitting underneath your tower, you've got zero wave clear, you've got zero angles of hitting your skill shots with so many creeps blocking line of sight between you and the champions that you're looking for. It becomes so difficult. Again, we said for TT, they need to be first in objectives. Guess what? They've lost 4 in a row, which are the Dragons. Soul has gone over to DG. You know what Soul is? The one that's healing you every single time. So all the poke, if any, manages to land on the side of EDG, a lot of it's going to be healed back up from the Soul. And TT are in a very difficult situation right here. 2.5 minutes until Baron and 2:20 until the Elder Dragon.
Yeah.
However, you cannot very easily move out of your base because majority of your vision through towers has been taken away by EDG. And again, it becomes a little bit difficult. You don't have a lot of flank wards for Hoya. You don't have a lot of angles you can engage. If you're Alistar, Alistar is a very straightforward champion, and with the range on EDG, it's just very easy to just stay behind your tanks and wait.
Yeah, and I think another, well, I guess I'll save my little story time here, as EDG is going to look for a dive under turret potentially, but just trying to get this turret down using the one grub that they took early on to help them try to take it. But it's going to be a little difficult. Another wave coming in. TT moving around the other side. If the engage comes through, TT have maybe been caught a little bit here. But now they're going to take the engage. Shelter goes for the double, but Solo Kill had already gone over the turret. Hoya takes one down. Crying is jumping in, and the man of the hour is unleashed here. Buster Shot's not going to be enough, but he's about to get Reset City on those rocket jumps. He wants to go for a little bit more, but it's Hoya that has set the different pace of this fight. He was able to solo down the side fight here as Solo Kill had fallen.
Oh, the TP?
And now TT are circling around like sharks. The blue helping them, but they aren't going to take the play here. They just want the vision over the Dragon Pit. A minute till Elder spawns.
Especially when your Nidalee is down. You don't have Smite on the map. It's not like any of the objectives are going to come back up, but you want to be establishing some vision. And I think this is as good as it could get from TT in this particular scenario. You get a couple of kills down. You get most of these kills onto your carries that you really needed as well, the Ezreal and the Corki. And let's watch this again. That was a very, very nice hook from Wink onto Bajan's Nidalee. And instantly the tower dies, which means a lot of that damage is no longer applying onto the Nautilus. Then you see the ultimate onto Yukal. However, what's happening on the right side is winning for EDG. What's happening on the left side of on your screen is winning by TT. TT were able to isolate a couple of targets and take them down together with Ezreal jumping through the wall and Renekton flanking together with the Alistar as well. So it was a pretty good darn effort. Is it too little too late? Might be. However, it has established them some control in this Dragon area.
Yeah, we have some big items being completed, though. We just got an item spike there for Crying on a Bloodthirster. EDG is going to move in, but this might be a good setup for TT. They have a man on the other side. They also have all this poke. It's about landing it, though. Elder is burning. They've got to be really careful because EDG burns this so fast. Hoya on the other side. He's not been seen yet. Here comes Chocho. He made the difference in the last fight. Maybe he makes it here. Big flash in. 1x in on the other side is full firing. Hoya's going to go down, though. You're starting to lose your front line. You're starting to lose your attrition here from TT. They've got to try to make it happen here on the Elder, but Solo Kill wants to body block. Page 1, don't get distracted. It's going to be the Elder going the way of EDG, and they're going to secure this game number 1. A couple Elder flaps, and that's it.
It's not going to be the end yet. However, Elder Dragon goes EDG's way. They're pinging the Baron as well. They do have a tank plus brand, and I feel like 1xN taking down that last remaining member. I think it was Crying, if I'm not wrong, right at the end. It might have been Leave as well. One of the 280 carries is huge, because I feel like if he hadn't done that, the game would have been over right there and then. And as you can see, it looked pretty good for TT. I think 1xN has a pretty good angle on the side to poke down, and he was putting numbers. If you look at the damage meter, he was putting down so much hurt onto EDG. However, we mentioned that the second your Alistar goes down, you lose your entire front line. You cannot walk up. Your Renekton is dead. Your Alistar is dead. All you have is range. And as you can see, 1xN with the last effort right there to take down Leave. It was actually take down that Jinx to ensure that you've got a few more minutes to fight if you're TT in this game.
3-4 items completed now across the board for EDG. Can be very, very difficult because their composition thrives in those big 5-on-5s. You got to find little minute outplays for TT and a lot of the poke that'll be coming through. And that's the difficult thing, because I think the shining star of this one, not only did we put spotlight on JDG, but it's been Crying. And I think Crying on the Tristana has put so much pressure on Yukal from the beginning in laning phase. A guy you might know from RNG fame, but he spent the last year or so on IG not having a great time. It's been really nice to see him come into EDG here in summer and have a bit of a resurgence, nay, a renaissance.
And you mentioned the Bloodthirster right before the previous fight started, and I think it was pretty much a Bloodthirster diff. The fact that Crying managed to survive through that with everything thrown at him onto that Tristana. Now, we have 2 waves synced up for the side of EDG. Obviously, the top one cannot be called a wave yet. The second one is going to be reaching soon, but they do have that Baron up ability through the buff of taking down Baron, and they will have a little bit of that Elder Dragon left for another 10 seconds, which means TT. They just need to be spectators for 10 more seconds.
Dredgeline going to go wide there. Chocho getting caught out, though. He can't get away with the slow there. Burns his flash. Inhib in mid lane will be the next focus. They've already gotten the one in top lane. Engage goes through onto base one. There's the re-engage from Toto. He's going unbreakable. Big true shot barrage, but now Leave is getting real excited. And if you're an EDG fan, you're going to be just as excited as them. One by one, TT are taken out at 5 strong from EDG. We'll move on to the last 2 turrets, and that's TT falling in game 1 as EDG rise to the occasion. They want UCal one more time. They won't get him, but that's it.
And again, this victory is so important for EDG. I want to reiterate, they have already beaten FPX in a group where FPX is supposed to make it out of. Beating TT here really puts them a step forward into making it out. And it wasn't the most exciting game. However, the decision-making of taking the Cassandra away from the trouble, stabilizing the map through that, pathing away from the Nidalee in the jungle, taking every single dragon and allowing the Void Grabs to go to the side of the Nidalee, getting completely uncontested and taking that mid lane tower, seeing the numbers advantage all around the map. EDG have been very clean. Slow, but very clean.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest difference maker, is that it's always TT getting out in front, finding strengths early, and then falling apart mid to late game. We saw a little bit of that here. See if they can clean it up, though, as we go on to game 2 after a short little break.
will stay and fortify. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away. We arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like just another vacant race. To think of what is standing in their way. Oh, face him up, face him up. For we are true to our name. Once, I steal a course. Strike twice. Redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where the ring down, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on now. 'Cause we must live up to our name.
Welcome back to the LPL. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble. And what a game number one from EDG. Actually looking pretty clean with it. They had a very designated comp, front to back fighting, and they executed it pretty well, taking control of this series so far, Trouble.
Yeah, and I mean, remember how we said there are certain boxes that you need to tick in the early to mid game to try and, balance out your gameplay versus whatever comp you're facing. And I feel like for them, it was get away from that Renekton Nidalee as fast as you can because of this. I feel like Solo Kill was in danger in the early game. Playing that Cassante on blue side versus a Renekton Nidalee, you could have gone down in the early game and he would have never resulted to be the monster that you see him right now receiving that MVP. His ults were so crucial, picking up very important targets through walls and assassinating them. And I feel like his success was very pivotal because he was one of the two tanks in the team in the front to back composition.
And he had some really, really good ults to kind of deny Hoya or like pull H1 out of there. And he is, what else is really cool, it's his first MVP of the split itself. He's been a little bit back and forth with EDG over time in the top lane, but he is pretty much a purely EDG developmental project over the last couple of years. So it's been really cool to see his growth. He was wrecking LDL, and here he is getting his first MVP of Summer too as well.
Very deserved again. I was very pleasantly surprised by how he crawled back a 3k goal deficit again without dying once versus the FPX series. And I feel like it shows the caliber of player, right? Being able to sort of balance a game out that's not necessarily going your way, figuring out the avenues on how to help the team when the game is not going your way again is so, so important. Now, Talking about game, we're going to be jumping into draft for game number 2. And Mazel, we were talking a little bit about this in the break. Like Thunder Talk gaming need more bite. They need somebody to put one foot in front of the other so they can reach destination, because by being passive and just sneaking by the big boss and picking up small objectives is just not gonna give you the result that you desire.
And that's the conversation where like UCal usually is the person that's doing that, but the pressure that Crime was able to provide from the Tristana was immense in keeping UCal kind of locked there in mid lane. Now that Tristana not going to be available to TT because EDG rightfully banned that one away, but TT on blue side banned away the Senna, the Corki, and the Annie, which has been rising a little bit because of Knight, as well as that Sejuani joining EDG's ban table with the LeBlanc too.
Very many S tier picks right here. The Hui, the Ashe, the Rumble. All three of them so prominent in the current meta. I wonder what TT is actually going to prioritize right here. I'm assuming something like the Hui. UCal has been very good on the champion. It can create a lot of priority. The team fights look insane. Every time you have priority in these neutral objectives, no one can cross away. However, the Rumble has also been a big talking point, and it's going to be that one.
A Hoya special, but when he can be special, I guess, to some extent. I think TT have maybe not had as many special moments over recency, but still something I'm really excited for when he brings it out, even though he doesn't play it that often. He also, unfortunately, I was looking at this before the series itself because I was taking note of some stats for players, but he also has a 0% win rate on it. But it's more so about what
so
he
how
provides.
is this? Okay, hold on.
Because
how is this someone's special champ if they have 0% win rate?
Because that's what I want to have a conversation about. Is like the pressure that he can provide in the top lane 1v1 itself, I think is super crucial for how TT play. But again, the problem we've seen with TT is always mid-game, late-game decision-making. But when he has his pressure on the Rumble, it is in that early game, and it gives them so many more options moving forward. So that's why I like this pick, and Hoya specifically on it for TT, who, again, also has been a long-standing member. But unfortunately, Skarner gets locked in on the other side. We've seen Rumble pretty good into it, but still S-tier pick.
Also, I do consider Rumble still a flex pick. We have seen it a lot towards the boss of the map. As I was about to say, with the likes of a Varus or a Kalista, it could very easily be a flex. Towards the bot side, a very heavy kill lane, if you will. Lots of poke coming in through Varus Rumble. So you could potentially go towards something like this. Yone getting locked in for UCal as well. And we're going to see potentially an AD carry maybe locked in, or a pairing for Crying in the mid lane. I would love to see JJ in something like a Zinza or a Lee Sin, a little bit more active in the early game, getting that early going for EDG.
There it is. He's going to go ahead and lock that one in. A lot of proactivity on the side of EDG. I'm so terrified. The amount of like mobility out of their solo lanes to go join up with JJ is absolutely terrifying. We're going to have to see if the Yone can do what Yones have done in the LPL and just win after 25 minutes, but we're going in the second phase of bans. It is the brand immediately targeted by EDG. Those jungle bans are going to keep flying, I'm sure.
I'm not going to lie to you. You said win after 25 minutes. There's another champion that comes to mind that pairs up really nicely with the likes of Yone, and that's a Karthus.
True.
So Baytron has actually been very prominent. He really likes the Karthus. He's picked it twice so far in the entire split. And there's also Lilia. There are two AP junglers off the back of my head that can work very well. Now, the third one is Diana as well. We haven't seen it as much, I would say, but I feel like the pairing of Varus, Rumble, and Yone could be very good with the likes of something like a Diana.
I really like their team fighting because the lockdown plus the red carpet being dragged out, right? That's going to feel really nice, at least for the team fighting potential of TT. Now, I think the Leona is actually a really powerful ban here. I think there's still a lot of options in that vein, but actually just giving away those go buttons that the Solar Flare provides, I think is really good.
I wonder if they're going to be going with support right here, because Leona is out. Nautilus has already been played, so not in the plate for EDG to be able to pick that again due to Fearless. And that is a very weird decision. We don't necessarily see 80 carries being picked as R5. Usually this is the type of champion that you would sacrifice and be like, yeah, that's your job, take it or leave it, you know? And it's picked up usually R4, so you can counter-pick support. But no, you don't have many choices here for EDG. They want to lock in more of an engaged support in the likes of early on.
The Lilia was the expected AP jungler left open to be picked. Beichuan going to be piloting that one. The clear speed is super important, but JJ is going to be looking to try to get a little bit of a wrench in the works with that one. The Nautilus, a likely pickup here. Good front line, good engage, good setup for what the composition provides for TT.
I really like the fact that Lilia gets locked in here. You're playing into triple melee champion. It's usually very easy to hit with abilities to follow up with the ultimate. So Beichuan could have a pretty peachy or rough time, depending on how deep you go into these melee champions as well, especially when they want to pinpoint you and kill you. And ooh, I'm loving this Jackie Love Worlds 2019 special here. 2018, sorry, special here with the Kai'Sa flying straight into that backline. You do have a lot of targets actually here, mind you. The Rumble, the Lilia, the Varus, all very, very squishy. You could be flying into the backline together with something like a Lee Sin. It looks very aggressive from the side of ADG.
Yeah, I really like the way their comp kind of aligns, because you're going to have so much focus towards topside, right? Like, it's going to be Cry and solo kill and JJ with a little bit of help at least from Wink himself, but they're going to be roaming around. You're going to be trying to get to a point where you have strength with the Kai'Sa, but it's really going to be about the solo lanes helping out JJ get a lead, where the other side feels a little bit different here in the way they can approach like the objectives and things.
Rumble is the name of the game to keep your eyes on, especially since you mentioned objectives. Again, I want to see TT with a little bit more bite. In game number 1, they had a fantastic poke composition. Their engage was a little bit, situational, because it was a little bit too far straightforward. Just having the Alistar, you see champion, you CC champion in front of you. However, right here, TT, you need a little bit more proactivity, a little bit more willingness to fight for those neutral objectives.
The final series of round 1 of the double round robin for either one of these two teams. EDG took a triumphant start to the series. We're going to see if TT can bounce back here. Got a little bit more activity to show and more cohesion between Beichuan and Yucal. EDG looking like an unbeatable team here so far tonight. We'll see if this composition continues that. When Faker's looking down on the competition, you know everything's going to be all right.
You know what? I'm going to test you a little bit before it shows on screen. You know how I mentioned the Jackie Love special? Mm-hmm. Do you know what Leave's skin is this game?
What could it possibly be? Could it possibly be IG Kai'Sa?
Hey. It was mentioned, he delivered, He's like, you know what? Whenever I think of Kai'Sa, I think of Jackie Love. Works for me.
True. Hey, it works, I guess. Also, these level 1s work pretty well to get you a little bit of an advantage over the map. I think the biggest importance is also just kind of following through with this, which they're doing right now, as we look to be getting a bit of a lane swap situation here.
Okay, so usually these lane swaps happen very early on to create advantages on the map, just for the very early levels. And especially right here, they can actually pull this off from the side of ADG. This is the second time they actually pull this off. Yeah, he got his own jungle over a support, Nautilus, that was in there.
Hey, he didn't have smite, that was dicey, all right?
I'm sure it was. Alright, so the reason the lane swap happened right here is because obviously solo kill on a tank. He'll get his tank items later on. However, we mentioned earlier that one of your win conditions is playing around neutral objectives. So having Rumble around those neutral objectives, especially towards the top side, which is the Void Grubs, could be huge for the success in those early fights for TT. However, EDG again with another lane swap, they're pretty much defeating the purpose of having that Rumble towards the top lane, because this Rumble has not gotten a single bit of CS or experience.
And we'll see now, actually, if we get that early opt out of the lane swap. I think EDG are perfectly fine with the setup they have right here. Varus has been so ridiculous. We've seen it banned so often. But I think the biggest importance is kind of keep a side eye on this mid lane. I think it meant a lot last game for Cryan on the Tristana to continually bully Yucal over and over again. And I think that might be the case on the other end this time around, at least early.
until you have some sort of mana item on Hui, you gotta burn a lot of mana to push down those waves. Again, this is the difference between AD champions and AP champions, right? Usually an AP champion would have to burn through their mana really quickly, which means that a lost chapter or a tier would be needed until you can very easily clear out those waves. Whilst AD champions, even melee AD champions like the Yone, he also has a bunch of abilities that can do AoE to the wave. It takes a little bit for you to be able to push that one out. Again, level 3 is usually what you're looking for the swaps to start coming through. Secondary plating from the top side of the map as well, and pretty much everything will go back to normal lanes.
Normal, huh? Normal.
What is normal anymore?
What is normal?
What is normal
Who knows?
anymore?
We are looking at a trade of the Scuttle Crabs, though, it looks like, as we'll actually get an early back from JJ. As objectives will be spawning at least Dragon in sub-minute. You do expect EDG to try to, now that they've readapted down that way, contest this first objective.
I don't know about that on the side of EDG. The coal purchased right there from Leave as well. Yeah, we've got another 10-ish minutes, I would say.
Start the timer
Until
now.
that one, until that one is all stucked up and ready and all cashed out. 1xn, you can all walk up onto that wave. However, this wave is going to slow push towards 1xn as well, so we shouldn't have a problem with this. And as you can see on the map, JJ is also pathing towards the top side of the map, so there is no dive on the way.
Interesting. So they're going to leave the pressure they had on bot side with Lincoln Leave. Try to maybe go towards the other side. Could be looking at the early trade. Again, this has been kind of EDG style so far tonight as well. And so far tonight, the split is kind of sitting back and relaxing until you make a mess up, but continuing to drive towards their goal, which is get JJ ahead in any way possible.
When remember that flash that was missing on Hoya earlier on.
Ixtal's impact will bring you back like that, Hoya. Got to be careful. He has no flash, and he is dead. First blood right to the money man.
Incredible. So well at weighing down the possibilities on the map. They see numbers advantage, they attack. They see Summoner's deficit, they attack. EDG swapped for that reason, to try and take that Rumble down early on. They took his flash, they punished the flash, because again, we mentioned the call coming out from Leave onto this Kaisa that indicates that EDG does not want to fight early on towards that bot side of the map. So very wisely, JJ went towards the top side of the map. They utilized the CC kit onto the Skarner to punish a flashless Rumble.
And I'm not going to lie, I think, okay, they're going to get the flash out of Crying there. That's actually really big and something to return to.
Basic ability, by the way.
JJ's going to be pushed out of this grub take, so that's actually really big. Solo kill's going to come down, but you've got multiple members of TT moving over here. So EDG will get one of those. That next grub fight will be heavily contested by both sides, no doubt.
Absolutely, they both want the 4. This is where the Void might start coming out. Baitron is going to secure 2 here. And very quick movements on the map by TT. They literally went from neutral objective to neutral objective. Oh no, why are you doing dirty like this?
He's a
This is Skarner,
Scorpion.
ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, this is Skarner.
Hi, Skarner.
No flash on Rumble, unfortunate, but very good punish again from EDG. Grabbing that first kill on the map. First blood onto the Lee Sin has secured him a pickaxe. Makes him pretty strong right now in taking these trades. However, again, TT are going to take double neutral objectives on the map. They run straight from Dragon all the way to the top side. Very good punish onto Crying, overextending. That flash is now down. He needs to be so respectful. Reminder, it was a basic ability from Yone that forced Crying's flash. So Crying needs to be extra cautious walking up for those CS.
And that power point I was talking about, getting that early pressure in top side, it's not going to be there anymore. So it's going to be harder for TT to find good map movements around. But the big thing they have going for them is the clear speed of Lilia. That ends up going ludicrous speed. If you get that reference, you might be a little too old, but it's fine. I think they're going to continue being okay and kind of biding their time here for TT to try to get Beitron in a point of power.
Yeah, very close to that first item. Most likely be the Leandris right here. A lot of the champions went towards the Blackfire Torch. However, this item is very strong. in terms of the raw numbers, but it also helps you clear fast. We mentioned how Lilia clears fast anyway. So going towards Eliandris gives her a lot more battle stats, if you will, to try and take those fights around objectives. And especially since you mentioned that, hey, TT already have 2 Void Grabs, you would want to fight towards the top side. You've got the Rumble as well. You could be very strong. I really doubt that EDG are actually going to be heavily contesting that, especially since, again, Leave with the call, he's not going to be joining anytime soon the shenanigans of EDG, so you're probably going to be taking a man down on those fights.
Yeah.
And TT are definitely going to be wanting those extra mites attacking those towers, especially since Yukal on the Yone could be a very strong split pushing power later on.
Yeah, we can talk about that a little bit more because I think machinations for EDG are going well. You're getting JJ active on the map. Now mid lane, Cryan has a little bit more push priority against Yukal. I think you can have a little it go back and forth, but you're not at a point where Yukal is going to have constant pressure on him, and I think they need to enable something in mid lane for TT.
They need somebody to help Crying with this wave because it's at such a bad state. Frozen in front of Yukal's tower. And again, you're playing an immobile champion in the likes of Wave. Oh,
Impale.
grabbed again.
He's going to run
That's
back.
a flash.
Ixtal's impact going back. They're going to try to get the kick here potentially. Hoya burning. He's trying to get it back. Flame Splitter out. JJ gets the kill. Beituan going to put them all to sleep. He wants the blood, and he's going to get JJ. Now he's got those speedy prances. He's looking for solo kill now too, but there's another 4-legged beast. And it's Wink who comes and defends it.
Okay, how many do we have with 4 legs in this game? I think it's like 2.
There's one with 8.
Again, a very proactive,
So that's two
very proactive play
4-legged.
from EDG. Yeah. Proactive play from EDG will give the Eclipse towards JJ as well. That is actually pretty huge considering Void Grab's coming up in 25 seconds. Having that Eclipse is such a huge power spike for your Lee Sin fighting towards that top side.
Feels like we got a little bit of an island bot side here. Wonder how they're doing. We're getting close to first items for them as well. They'll get a little bit more impact as we go because we have that next grub spawn here that we talked so much about after this replay.
Oh, Lord. There's so much CC on this champion. The ultimate right there into the shove back towards JJ. I'm like, it's fine. He has flash. He uses flash literally point blank onto the Lee Sin, but he buys, very importantly, enough time for Beitron to come in and secure a kill for himself. So technically, this was a 1-for-1, both kills going towards the junglers. And TT, again, we mentioned how Leave is not going to be leaving that bot lane anytime soon. Having invested in a call, you know you're not going to be fighting TT anytime soon if you're EDG, and TT are going to be securing those Void Mites for later on shoves on towers.
And that big trade is actually, I feel like, going the way of TT because if they win a big team fight, which their comp excels at, you know, post 20-25 minutes, I think they'll be able to push down very, very fast. The question being if they can wrestle control of some of those objectives away from EDG, who have a lot of really good pick potential if you're out positioned.
Yeah, and it was also a pretty good move to trade objectives right here for EDG. They don't want to be finding themselves in a situation where all the neutral objectives go over the side of the TT, and then they're forced to fight on power spikes that they're not satisfied with. Again, Kraken Slayer already completed right now for Kaisa. You're going to be seeing Leave join a bunch of those fights pretty soon as the focus of the map switches to the top side of the map with both bot lanes headed towards that side.
Just moving around the goal a little bit. Still got plays for a couple more minutes. See if he wants to get a little bit of that. Oh, we're going to keep it.
Oh.
Because we want fisticuffs. They last game didn't have enough kills. Solo kill is going to come in.
Oh my.
Smash him straight into the wall. And 1xN is down.
You know what? Lil Bro had flash, he had cleanse, but when you see Skarner, you just accept it. You just accept it. There is no point burning any summoner. Again, such great proactive plays, and I feel like the entire map has been dictated by solo kill and JJ this time around. We mentioned how Crying was so pivotal in game number 1. However, again, prioritizing solo kill in terms of the lane swaps, the way they move him around the map, the way they utilize the Skarner kit in general has been so great for EDG. First item completed also for solo kill as well, and he did get MVP in game number 1. I think
I'm
If this
just
performance
saying-
continues here in game number 2, he might be getting another one soon.
I'm just saying, let it Scarter make it through at a game 2 and your back against the wall is probably not the greatest out.
Hey, they had been one, Mazel.
Is a great champ. Solo kill's been great, but the fact that he's been able to connect the Ixtal's impact while within Rumble without Rumble having a chance to walk away is insanity, and it makes this lane so difficult if you don't have pressure, and the team is not playing towards him, so it makes it that much more difficult.
Yeah, and especially when you're down summoners every single time. I feel JJ and Solo Kill have been punishing heavily whenever Hoya needs to push in a wave. You see that JJ is around. They punish his flash over and over again, and when you have a flashless Rumble, there is not much you can do. We mentioned how, hey, Lilia really thrives having a lot of champions that are around her, right? She can get more damage down, she can get very easy ultimates by hitting multiple people. However, getting too close, the sun can burn you, and Solo Kill's Skarner right here is the sun for TT. So you can't get too close or you're going to end up being punished. Right here, TT have to very carefully, I want to say, choose their battles because their front line is heavily lacking. At this point, EDG could even pick onto the Nautilus and just take him completely out of the picture, which means TT cannot walk up if they don't have their front line.
It's going to be very difficult. Yukao still saving grace. At some point in this game, he's going to be able to 100 to 0. Leave and cry.
Someone.
Somebody. One of those two people. We'll see if it actually happens, though. TT maybe a little bit extended up here. EDG was looking to make a play. Toto is going to walk straight in. They are going to be there, but not going to take the engage just yet. Rift Herald has been started. Beichuan feeling confident. He's going to start it up.
Crying does have TP. He's going to shove in that bot lane wave.
Maybe it's solo kill that he could just 100 to 0. Takes about half his health there. Beichuan is also pretty heavily ahead, at least in terms of the CS department. Toto's going to take that spiraling despair from Crying. Oh, JJ tries to get it. Rift Herald goes the way of Beichuan. TT making moves.
For TT, that was pretty successful right here. They managed to get the TP off of Crying as well without necessarily investing anything. And remember the 100% to 0 that Yone can do on certain champions? If he can pull this off versus the champion that's been so heavily fed on the side of EDG, which is the Skarner, Yuka, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Oh, he's going to try to get out. Actually, might be able to. Oh, solo kill.
Still has the ult.
For the double there. Okay, now JJ is the one in trouble. He's going to get the lilting lullaby used. There's the bait sealed, and it's that for JJ. The Impale comes in. Yukao going to burn his flash to try to get away, taking a couple turret shots, but JJ maybe eats a little bit of aggressiveness.
Yeah, great turnaround by TT right here, using the power of the Yone. I guess you were talking about 25 minutes in. Well, the power spike is Blade of the Ruined King, apparently. It's good enough. Rift Herald now is going to be used. Numbers advantage for TT. The bite that we wanted is actually coming through from their mid lane and jungle. We highlighted them at the very, very start of the series, and so far it's been coming through. Checha is going to ride the Rift Herald, just going to do half the tower's damage, and that's going to be it. But again, a proactive play from TT, we absolutely take those.
Yeah, and you have to remember, the reason why we look towards this TT roster as maybe having a little bit more hope than some more other of the bottom tier teams is because they have stuck with this roster, at least the majority of it, for a long time, right? The top trio, Hoya, Beichuan, Yukao, they've all been here for 2 years, and I think this developmental style of their play has been hard to watch in some instances, but we're starting to see some of it come through. You give Yukao the stick to the Yone, maybe magic happens, but Dragon number 2 will go EDG's way.
And I feel like it goes way above developmental stages as well. It's about trust and trusting the players to perform and show up and play together. And so far, again, the mid jungle has been showing up for TT. You see Yukao. Fantastic escape right there from the duo that has been terrorizing the map for EDG. Solo Kill and JJ. They're going to grab a flashback for a kill. You take those. Whoa.
Well, somewhere they know they can always punish is going to be Hoya this game. Yukao's going to try to fight onto JJ, doing a lot of damage there. Now TT have an angle. Depth charge flash there. JJ locked up. Trench line, max range. And Toto's made the magic engage. Wink is able to get them off of the follow-up, but he will give his life for it.
Yeah, Wink has to pay the sins for JJ walking too far forward, taking that kill under tower. 1 for 1 for both these teams. Again, TT are so willing to take the fight back on the other side of the map. Crying is going to take an outer tower, which I'm assuming TT are going to reply with their own one towards the bot side of the map. Now, side lanes have been sort of opened up for both teams. However, mid lanes have barely been touched from both of these teams. Now let's watch this again. Oh, Hoya, he has been the target of bullying the entire game.
Got the TP from his team that time, though. It hasn't happened any other time. It actually worked out for them. I like that solo kill gets out with the TP. It's kind of sly, but yeah, the rest of the team committing over here.
And that was a great ult into a great hook. Leaf has to basically just sidestep that. However, I feel like Wink, if you're already gonna sacrifice, it might be worth it to eat the hook as well. There is a chance where JJ does not have to flash there. So if you're going to sacrifice support no matter what, might actually be more worth it. Allowing your jungler to get away with both summoners wasn't going to be the case, and Wink goes down. However, power spikes all across the board right here. 2 items for the Kai'Sa, 2 items for the Lee Sin.
Yeah. I will just say, though, TT's team fighting, the strength that we said they were going to have is going to be coming online here. We've already seen little bits and pieces of it. Beituan getting pretty far ahead of JJ consistently here with that clear speed he has and invades. But we'll see how team fights stand now. And we've talked a lot about TT's style of composition moving thin. We've talked about picks for EDG most of the time. But now that we're getting to the point where these big team fights are going to be happening, what strengths do you feel like EDG have?
I feel like the front to back is pretty good, especially when you have a Kai'Sa. I always have in my mind Kai'Sa as an AD carry, that you can play into things like Olaf. They'll just have a W button and just keep going forward, basically. And Yone is kind of like one of those champions where you want to dive the backline. However, Kai'Sa is a very evasive AD carry. So I do like the team fighting power that EDG possesses right here. The front to back with a potential pick into the backline. So much zoning control through the Hui as well for Kai'Sa, since it's a short-range AD carry to play these fights. However, the split push power that TT has with this Yone, when your strongest champion is the Skarner and he's still getting beaten up on his side lane, TT can just play this a little bit more slow and allow Yukal to take control of side lanes.
Soloco getting a lot of MR, but that means Yukal is going to be able to shred him heavily. Wink's going to try to bodyguard this because they are trying to accomplish the Baron. It's almost dead too. TT are in no position unless Beituan can run over. He's got 4 legs, but he might not be fast enough. That's JJ securing it. Lilting Lullaby will only go on to Crying as they get out alive. Leave sidesteps the Swirl Seed there too.
Hoya was showing bot lane with no TP. EDG knew they had the numbers needed. Again, this was the exact same way that they took mid lane tower tier 1 in game number 1 completely uncontested. EDG have been reading the map so well in this entire series. They spot Hoya down the bot lane, and Hoya has no TP. They rush Baron.
That's real tough, as now we got Dragon coming up in 35 seconds. Would be a soul point for EDG. It's a question of, can those item spikes come across? Well, TT are now on 2 items for both 1xN and Yukal. That shield bow is going to be massive for the team fighting potential of TT.
Ooh, and look at already Wink. He's already very deep into Beituan's jungle. Has put down 3 very crucial wards, as well as some control wards in this mid lane bush. There is so much deep vision right here from the set of EDG. A big flank from the Skarner could be what enables Kai'Sa to dive into the backline and assassinate either the Varus or Lilia.
EDG have a ton of TP wards. All right, TT just going to start it up here. Wink, TP on the backside of the fight too by solo kill. TT realized they're in a lot of trouble here.
That's no longer a flank. If everyone's flanking, this is no longer a flank.
TT did have Hoya on the backside fight. He just backed for Riftmaker. He's going to TP to join the other team. They've got to get a big setup. Beituan needs to get a big Lilting Lullaby, but we're going for the 50-50 first. TT don't really want it. Toto getting caught there as it's going to go down, and it goes to Beituan of all people. The equalizer goes on the back line. They've already taken out one. They might get the other. Bait sealed on the Yukal, though. He's out of there, but EDG are cleaning house on the rest of the fight. Hoya burns Leave on the other side of the wall, but EDG make it out with a couple kills. They will be delayed on their soul point.
exceptional fight from EDG, and all the side lane action from Crying, securing him the 2 items is what gave him all this damage to be able to come out ahead in this particular one. They do lose the dragon, but they do take that mid lane tier 1 that they've been looking for this entire time. They're gonna shove in that bot lane as well. And overall, pretty even in terms of a trade, but pretty heavily towards EDG when it comes to those team fights. You see stolen dragon right here from Lilia, but that Skarner runs in, allowing all this damage to come through. And for Crying, he has enough range that the equalizer does not mean much for Hui. He can actually bypass the equalizer, doesn't have to get anywhere near. The one thing that I was actually really worried about was Leave's ultimate right here. I feel like it was a little bit preemptive. He had better targets that he could use that ultimate on later on to actually ace that fight for the side of EDG. But all in all, 4 members dead from TT. EDG take those.
And that's the thing about TT's comp is they've got to be able to layer things, right? You want to be able to get a Fate Sealed on top of an Equalizer with the Lilting Lullaby coming after that, right? But if you can't do that and it comes away in pieces, EDG's team fight is so much more consistent because they can just consistently put out damage on their target. Now, EDG using some of the strength from that fight to push up for Vision down on this bot side while they get a push onto the tier 2 down here with solo kill.
Slaying that red buff as well. And this is the wonders of taking early towers, if you will. Well, I'm saying early, it's 24 minutes in, but this is the beauty of taking towers in general, especially that mid lane tier 1, is that you slowly bleed your opponents off of any resources. You take their jungle, you start shoving waves underneath the tower, they die underneath the tower, they don't necessarily get to CS them, so you slowly but surely start depriving them of experience and gold. However, Yukal on the top side is doing the exact same to EDG by taking down that top lane tier 2 tower. And somebody's gonna have to actually try and stop Yukal, because I feel like the only win condition from TT right here is if this Yone becomes an absolute demon on the Rift.
Yeah, he's about to hit 3 items, and that's really the gas moment, it feels like, for the pick. We'll see if he can get there and make that difference. We've seen it time and time again. It feels like Yuukai maybe the most prominent here recently, but it's been really, really nice to watch TT fight in this one. I think they're still down. It feels a little bad for TT's squad, but I think EDG have shown some lapse in the coverage that maybe we saw so consistently in that game number 1. It's still all eyes on JJ now that he's about to hit on that 3 items and the Lee Sin, a pivotal engage moment for them.
Yeah, I feel like also for TT, the Infinity Edge coming in from Yone is going to be huge. Almost level 16 as well. You're going to have 3 points on your ultimate. You're going to have your 3-item power spike onto your Yone. Yeah, hey, you mentioned 25 minutes in, and you get to win for free with Yone. It's already 26, and we're looking for the 3rd item power spike. The second it goes down, it could be huge. However, we're saying that 30 seconds. I don't think EDG want to allow the Yone to get to that 3rd item. You do have
Just
what it
stop him.
takes.
Just
You've got
hey,
3
you
items
can't
in your
buy
tank, you
anymore.
know?
You're not allowed.
It's fine. Just start Baron, you know? Just force them.
We do have Barrett at about 20 seconds. Dragon in 1 minute and 10. Now, it's because of that denial that TT did in the last Dragon fight that makes these next couple decisions super important. Because on one hand, if you put that pressure over towards Dragon, you're going to give the Baron. Now, EDG don't want to give anything, and they're going to go to TP
flank.
play onto Yukal. That one member we said is the saving grace. TT are scrambling to try to save him. He's going to Fate Sealed over onto Solo Kill. Solo Kill's going to impale him into the dirt. He's not down yet, but he's going down. The captain has gone down, and TT are looking to go with the ship here. That's the equalizer to get Bechuan out of there. But EDG have sprung the trap, and Bechuan has been scooped up into it. He's got those 4 legs. TT want to turn it. They want to move around. They realize that Leandri's burn is doing massive work. And TT make it out with cuts and bruises on Toto and Yukal.
Yeah, they managed to get Yukal down. 20 seconds, but he does have the TP if the Baron starts up, and TT can win enough time or bait enough time for him to get back up and be on his feet. But Bechuan being still alive doesn't allow necessarily EDG to start this Baron. Let's watch this again. Again, a very, very creative flank TP coming in from Solo Kill to try and get that one threat that we said from TT that was on the side lane. Again, you see the wombo combo. Skarner in the backline also enables Kai'Sa to dive in the backlines. He has a dive buddy. And again, back onto live. Level 16 on Yukal. I'm assuming there is the Massive Infinity Edge in his inventory as well. And you mentioned how non-important the Dragon is anymore, especially when you can win a fight, take Baron, and end the game.
Now, I like me some line dancing. I could do some square dancing. Waltzing, also pretty good, but my favorite dance, the Baron dance. We'll see if TT want to get a little bit of pressure up towards that side because EDG were trying to bait that side of the fight. But the big decision is, again, the return conversation I said earlier. Now, EDG are moving over with solo kill towards the Dragon. This gets so dicey, Trouble.
Absolutely, especially since Crying is an absolute monster in these fights. That wave poke.
They don't know. He's going over the wall. Extal's impact going to be Chains of Corruption back. 1xN still alive, but Chocho going to go down. 1xN get a flash out from the Impale. Chocho's gone. That's a big engage, but here comes the fight from TT. No! The Lilting Lullaby does not do enough. Big equalizer from Hoya, but TT have lost their frontliners. They're going to have to try to fight this one out as EDG turn onto the big purple worm.
JJ with an incredible pick onto Beichuan. They know that this Lilia was flashless the entire time. Remember, the only reason they could not start Baron on their previous pick was because Beichuan was still alive. JJ, make sure to not make the same mistake again. And EDG walk away with a Baron and 1 kill.
Really good play decision making from JJ, one of the best. And as you said at the beginning of the day, we've been waiting to see a return to his former form with a team around him. Some of the changes have made it so for EDG, but this was the play from solo kill to start it off.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think JJ had many chances of surviving with that. He has a 6-level deficit onto this Skarner. However, this kick flash from JJ to make sure sending Beichuan towards his team was incredible. The split-second decision that won them this team fight and got them the Baron. Now EDG get to push through lanes, and I think Baron is so important for them as well because he gets to stop Yukal on a side lane as well. When you have a Baroned up wave, Yukal does not chew through it as quickly as he would if it wasn't there.
The only remaining member to have carved that star on the jersey of EDG. Here he is making the difference to put them up in positivity in their group to finish out round robin number 1. They've got a couple more engages to make, but they've got TT backs against the ropes.
Level 16 all across the board right here for EDG as well. 3 levels on that ultimate from Crying. Death Cap completed that way. He's going to be hitting like a truck, and as you can see, EDG with a quick tempo plays. Crying with the TP towards the top side of the map to push in yet another wave. However, now that you're splitting between top and mid, that bot lane wave is going to be a little bit left alone. So it's going to slow push in its own manner, if you will. EDG are going to put a lot of their resources towards the top side of the map to take the last outer tower remaining.
Oh my god, Beichuan just gets chunked by Crying. They do have pressure from mid, from top. They're trying to break down this inhib turret in mid. Beichuan going to take another chunk from that Shattered Earth. Gocho looking for that engage, could not find it. Beichuan's just trying to get the wave clear here for them. But meanwhile, pressure has seated in the top side, meaning EDG take hold.
I don't fault TT here for looking for a pick. Crying had to TP towards the tops of the map, meaning that if you start a fight, it's going to be a 4 versus 5 in favor of TT for just the time being. However, this is not going to be the case. TT had to reset due to them being chunked down.
They're going. They're going.
Mid lane inhibitor.
Lilting Lullaby with the Rumble ulti, with the Chains of Corruption. This is the combo we've been looking for. Can you get the damage in, Yukal? That's the big question. Impale goes down. EDG are fighting tooth and nail. They haven't gotten the damage dealers, though, and TT are going to survive for another minute or so.
Support for support. Wink took ages to die in this particular skirmish. It is going to be only 4 members for each team remaining onto the Rift, and EDG are going to call it off. TT, again, a little bit late to the trigger, but nonetheless, they do stop the siege from EDG. This is their remaining. This is what they have left. It's just their base. No outer towers, no nothing. It's going to be a Dragon in 2 minutes time. But again, I feel like at this stage in the game, it feels like Barons are so much more important, or any objectives in general that will start a fight. And TT, this might be your last opportunity to potentially either let go of this Dragon and allow EDG to take soul point and try to turtle yourself to potentially a death cap for your Lilia, for a last fight at Dragon. Sorry, at Baron.
I'll just say the way that we've set up EDG's team fighting, it is that front-to-back style. If Bechuan can get that combo off with the equalizer under it where it doesn't pop the sleep, you can do so much damage. You see when it's layered on top of each other, it looks so good. But I don't think EDG are going to give another easy fight like that another time, because they will have a lot of reactionary tools available with the composition they have, and solo kill getting the right impale makes the difference.
Yeah, and I love how you mentioned solo kill right here, because his flash is coming back up very, very soon. However, there is no flashless target on the side of TT, so that is their one Joker card that they can play if they want to in the next fight. I feel like if you're TT right here, you're really relying on having that death cap, which has just been completed on Bechuan. So important. There's so much damage coming in from this Lilia, so level 16 as well. 3 points onto that ultimate, and a lot of the carrying abilities have been laid upon Bechuan repeatedly with his farming junglers, the Karthus, the Graves, now the Lilia. So it is up to him to find that angle to make that Lilia shine in this game.
EDG just gonna crack down the open inhib.
Just taking the inhibitor.
Because why not? Everybody from TT was out on the map securing vision.
They're gonna threaten base.
And now they maybe could just finish it here. But TT have some defense with Yukao and Hoya. Gonna burn that equalizer just to make sure they clear the way.
All right, and as you can see, bot lane 1xN, they're sticking around towards that Dragon together with Bechuan. Now EDG are going to beeline for it. They're TPing everyone in.
Okay, we got the fight kicking off. Solo kill's already there. He's not gonna get the Dragon. It goes to EDG, and that's 2 members gone like that from Bechuan and 1xN in the dirt. That means EDG are pushing for the base.
They're pinging the base. They're like, we have a wave mid lane. We are 4 versus 5. We've got all our crucial ultimates up and available. TT have no equalizer. What do they have left to defend?
EDG, they wanted to make a difference. They wanted the EDG refresh to mean something, and they are gonna end the first round robin in positive light. They're gonna move themselves to 2-1 off of a devastating crushing of Thunder Talk Gaming. Can you hear the thunder now? No! As the last turret falls, solo kill will make the difference on this Skarner, and the Nexus falls. That's a victory for Edward Gaming.
EDG rising from the ashes, I would say, of a very disastrous spring split. Coming back with a very clear mind, I want to say. Again, their games are slow, but they're always very, very calculated. A 180, if you will, of how the team was performing over in spring, where it was JJ running around trying so desperately to make plays happen.
Yeah.
Diving too deep, going for the unthinkable right here. He has so much backup. Solo kill with another incredible performance in the top lane. Their early lane swaps that are so calculated, taking early summoners, punishing, crying. Again, with an incredible performance, pinning Yukao in mid lane, which was that one pawn from TT that we said, hey, if Yukao can take control of that mid lane, maybe TT can unfold on the map. And EDG did not let them do that.
I think big additions, obviously solo kill might go for a second MVP here, but I think the biggest additions and the biggest difference makers have been the mind, maybe the thought process, maybe the shot calling that Cryan and Wink have provided. Every game you're seeing those player cams going into the game for EDG, Wink is talking his head off. And I love to see his connection with JJ specifically, but the pressure that Cryan can provide in mid lane that helps make JJ look like a superstar. And he is a superstar. And I think solo kill has helped a lot in that, securing one of the top side matchups, but it really has been a story of EDG bulking up.
I feel like the development that you see right now happening, yes, their games again are very calculated, if you will. They're very textbook. They see advantage on the map, they're one-man up, they're gonna take the fight. They see a summoner down, they're gonna force a skirmish. And these are the very simple steps that if you actually see them real quickly on the map, you do not give your opponent any time to react. And that's exactly what they did versus TT. And it feels like, yeah, okay, Skarner is so strong right now, sure, but TT had the B1 and they could have taken the Skarner. So utilization was perfect on the side of EDG. And I feel like for JJ, it feels like a little bit of a relief having the plays come from around the team and him sort of like hugging the play without necessarily having to engage it himself. And most of all, the macro from EDG. Crying could not be in the same lane as Yukal for the entire time. So what he did was he side laned into the Rumble, kept taking towers, kept feeding himself items to the point where that damage from Hui was just unthinkable.
Yeah, and that's where I want to turn the attention to TT a little bit. It's just not working so far this split. I think it's been like that for a little while for TT, but they will be 0-3 in the first round robin. They're going to have a miracle, it feels like, to try to push back in that second round robin. That's exactly why we have a second round robin, and it makes it that much more juicy. But I think this TT roster, you still see the consistency that having priority for Yukal gives to the roster, gives to Beichuan, and this top side of the map can have strength. When it comes to that mid-game, late-game decision-making, it just doesn't seem like it's consistent enough, and they're not all following the same page.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe... What's the saying you guys have? Keep it simple, stupid, or keep it stupid, simple?
Keep it stupid,
one of the
simple.
two.
Yeah.
I
guess you could do
one of the
both.
two. I'm not sure. But I feel like they just need a few more tools in their kit, I would say. You know, having a few more easy engages on your side instead of having to rely on Rumble getting the perfect equalizer, finding the perfect opening, Lille getting a huge loaded lullaby. All of these things could be very easily solved with the likes of something like an Orin potentially in the top lane, something like we've seen a lot of ball fights up in the top lane. It's just something that can provide you a lot more engage so you can chain up a lot of these huge ultimates and abilities that they did have on their composition. I feel like a lot of the times, I think we've seen BLG do this a lot, where they're going to resort into 4 carries. But these guys are so well coordinated, and they're literally kings when it comes to team fight, that they can't pilot compositions with 4 squishy carries on their side. So I feel like if you're stuck in a circle where you don't necessarily know what's going wrong with your macro or your mid game, I feel like dumbing it down a little bit and getting more strong tools in terms of engage or front to back could maybe be the trick for teams like TT to pick up some victories.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that we see from EDG here has been just a lot of that quick decision making, some of the cohesion in the team composition that we've seen, because they haven't necessarily tried that many things. I mean, obviously there's not that many games, but I think the fact of the matter is we're seeing them pick a very similar style of comp when they go to the Rift, and it's working out, right? You get JJ with something that can be very proactive or be active at least in some way, and then kind of find ways to support them.
Yeah, and it's been working for them, so that's what stabilizes the map, and it looks like it is the case right now. Then EDG have found a recipe for success for themselves, and again, I want to give huge props to the top side of the map. Not because the bot side of the map did not do that well, but it wasn't the focus in today's series. Yeah. Crying, pinning down Yukal, so important for TT's success. Shutting that down was huge for EDG to take control towards the top side, and solo kill together with JJ. They created chaos in that early game for TT. That Rumble could just never recover.
It was very rough, and I think it was a couple of little moments like this right here that might earn JJ the MVP, because I think not only were there some big kicks before then, but just some big catch-outs. And we get a nice little zoom in with the double, or at least triple impale there.
Through the wall.
Double.
Pretty sure that was triple.
That
Yeah.
was,
Okay.
yeah,
That was fun.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was,
Rumble is sorry. Skarn is a fun jump.
Yeah, I'm still gonna say, I think it would have been fine if you just banned it every game. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Or if you just picked it?
We're just
I don't
picking.
know.
Well, I mean, it was banned by the other side of the game. I guess TT banned it. But I think the most important thing is that EDG are looking to contest for that second spot in Group A. Now, we do still have another matchup in the first round of Group A with some chaos still potentially in store, but it is starting to seem like EDG's refreshed roster is going to be pushing to try to go to that Group A in the next round.
I'm becoming a fan. I've seen so many teams that ended up not even making playoffs actually have a resurgence this split. And I'm becoming a fan of EDG. Again, their top side looks so good. Solo kill, very deserved. I think The way he was weaving those ultimates, getting triple man shoved through the wall, absolutely impeccable. And again, it has been the way that EDG has played also around solo kill, and they're playing through topside, and they're willing to gank towards topside, and they're willing to ward towards topside, and they're willing to path towards topside as well. Not a lot of teams can say this in a very bot-centric meta.
Yeah. I'm gonna say that Skarner maybe has his like one arm in the metal slot for the MVP, just because definitely helped lift solo kill up a little bit. But congratulations again. Solo kill has been a long time coming for EDG. He's been a developmental piece for them for a couple years now, so it's really nice to see him pay dividends, at least where we maybe didn't see it when he was back and forth in that top lane matchup when Ala was still here. Now that is it for our first series of this Group A showdown day, I guess. But next up is going to be even more exciting because we got FPX versus JDG. Will the freedom help FPX spread their wings again? We'll see after a short break.
hours of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, we retreat, but we'll live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. Gone is our home now. It's only memories. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Looking onto a life that can never be. What did you believe? Believe you would find. And so you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. Just remember, we retreat, but we live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. So we'll die and we'll fall here. We'll lie torn and broken. Die but will not be forgotten. We remain and we stand
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL. We have yet another best of three lying in wait. This one to decide the finality of the round one of Group A. It's going to be a fun one. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble yet again, and it's going to be FPX versus JDG.
Wow, it's gonna be a fun one between Fun plus Phoenix and JDG.
Got
yeah, I see the trouble one first, the fun
the
one.
first one was too obvious. That one I had to try to sneak in there.
Hey, it's okay. We got JDG, of course, coming in. Sheer is going to be their starting top lane right now. I'm actually a huge fan of Sheer. I think what we saw over in spring was very, very promising. However, you kept saying to me on the break how you would like to see JDG play a little bit more towards Ruler and Missing. And with the addition of Sheer, especially if they shove him on something that is a little bit more tanky and stable on the top side of the map, you might be getting your wish.
Yeah, he has played some tanks. He's a lot of bruisers, though, so I'm wondering if they actually want to give him the sticks a little bit, because JDG have had a lot of success playing through Flandre. Flandre's different pick styles, and especially through Kanavi more so. But I wonder and I want to see if they want to adapt style a little bit and get ready for that second round a little bit more focused towards that bot side that we know so well. Now, FPX, they've had some trials and tribulations, but now they are free, and we'll see if Xiaolahu and Milky Way can combine yet again to be one of the most powerful top jungles we've seen. I think Docdom and Life throwing a lot of craziness into the meta itself, not only last split, but here at this split so far, will have a big difference maker in the draft.
Yeah, and for FPX, you mentioned Freedom right before we went on to break. And for any AOT fans out there, we also what Freedom did to Aaron. No spoilers. Watch it if you want. So I don't know how good this will be for FPX.
I think it's gonna be good.
Again,
I think it's gonna be good.
Again, a little bit more drama-free. I would say we don't want to go too much into detail, of course, but I would like to see what they can do towards that top side of the map. I feel like especially their game versus versus EDG. Xiaolahu had a 3,000 gold lead on his Jace, and they just couldn't figure out how to transition that into the mid game. So I feel like a lot of the bite from FPX, again, is not there for Summer. The way the Milky Way was playing like a demon around the Rift over in Spring, being everywhere, you know, like blind picking the Kindred and all that stuff. We haven't necessarily seen such fast-paced gameplay coming out from FPX yet.
Yeah, and I love the wording you used in the break for JDG. That was consistently consistent. It feels like they have been the top of the top teams so far throughout all the groups, not only Group A, but they have been very dominant. And because they have a defined style, they have a lot of strength with probably one of the best junglers in the world in Kanavi, and it makes these strategies that they employ very easy to execute. Whereas FPX, they need to find a strategy that fits for them.
You know what, I want to be controversial, but I don't know how controversial is what I'm about to say. I think Kanavi is by far the best jungler in the LPL, for sure. I could stretch it to World as well, but I don't want LCK enjoyers to come at me, so I will keep it. I would keep it within the borders of the LPL. He is, his mind in what is incredible to watch actually on the Rift. This is why a matchup between Kanavi and Milky Way is always so fantastic to watch, because it's the mastermind versus the skilled diff boy that will come at you to fight you in your jungle.
And that's the big question mark. It feels like we've all bought tickets to a wonderful boxing match. The only problem is we don't know what kind of boxing match is it going to be. Is it going to be a Mike Tyson versus some influencer and just get pounded into the dirt, or is it going to actually be a pound-for-pound heavyweight fight?
Is Milky Way the influencer?
Maybe. That might be the question mark. Because I think the fact of the matter is, like, we have seen Milky Way at his highest highs. And I know, I'll just say it right now, this is a revenge tour for JDG. If you watch any of the off-season content, the thing that it returns to is the lack of success that they had in Spring, being so close to internationals and not making it. Kanavi is here to claim his Jungle King crown, and it could even mean that much more to take down one of the up-and-coming stars. We'll see Sheer and how he adapts to that maybe aggressiveness that Kanavi's bringing to the table.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Mazel. I feel like I can speak for many people saying that missing people like Kanavi and Rookie from internationals, I feel like it hurts a little bit, seeing how they match up against the greats from other regions as well, especially since Kanavi has been around for so long. He has been probably top of his game for so long as well. Again, the brain power that he brings behind pathing, ganking, using the map has been one of the most incredible, and FPX have a huge task in their hands because JDG, out of the top 4 teams in the LPL, I will say they have been the cleanest one of them all so far.
And you saw there, lastly, walking out onto the stage, a big new addition for JDG in this offseason coming into summer was Warhorse. And bringing a different adaptive style to the drafting, things like that. It's going to be really, really interesting here as time goes on, especially with the Fearless style of draft. But I think we've put so much onus on this jungle matchup, but I think also we have to look at some of the other primary points, and I think a lot of focus will go on to Sheer in the matchup against Xiaolahu. Not only Xiaolahu maybe feeling a little bit more himself now, but Sheer having big shoes to fill in what Flandre has provided to the team so far this year.
And also in something that is considered a top side of the map meta right now, I would say. A lot of the AD carries have taken more a utilitarian seat, if you want, more like unlocking your support on the map so they can play towards the jungle, so they can play towards the top side of the map. Things like the Camille have come back into fruition as well, which is super fun to see. So Sheer does have a big task in his hand because Xiao Lahu really likes to get the counter picks towards the top side of the map and play a little bit more aggressive. Jace. So it would be a fun matchup to show. Yeah, it would be a fun matchup to see towards the top side of the map in general and how both of these teams are going to choose to enable or not their top laners.
Kanavi's been very vocal about his actual appreciation of some of the Fearless adaptation here because he feels like he doesn't have to play Xin Zhao every game. He doesn't have to play, the Sejuani every single game. There's a little bit of adaptation. And you see that, right? The guy has been able to play everything from the Vi to the Lilia, even with some more aggressive picks like the Lee Sin.
Nidalee, yeah.
So I really like to see this from Kanavi himself. And again, that matchup's going to be super important. But then that begs the question of like, how quickly do we see the resources taken away from that in the first phase? Because we have some big bans that are going to need to come through, and maybe a second game in the first series highlighting one of those picks. But we'll see if like the Skarner, the Karthus, the Brand, things like that are just perma-banned.
I'm not going to lie to you, especially when we have this matchup and these junglers. I don't want to see no Karthus. I don't want to see farming. I don't want to see hiding in your jungle and farming and trying to get away until it's like 25, 30 minutes in. I'd love to see the Nidalees. I'd love to see the Lee Sins. I'd love to see things like Viego, Xin Zhao, anything that can brawl and anything that can put pressure on the map. I think is going to be super exciting to watch. And again, for FPX, my one question mark is, can you bring the fire back? Can you bring the fire of Spring Split back? Can you bring the maniac that was running all over the Rift and people were respecting him in the jungle? This guy on your screens right now. Give me the Kindreds, give me the Brands, give me the Nidalees. I want to see Spring Split Milky Way.
And this is an FPX who had finally seen success, it felt like, after a long drought since their world championship. And it's off of pretty much entirely new team, a developmental team with some pieces brought over from LCK, but they ended up 4th in last split. Yes, they had to bow out of playoffs, maybe a little ahead of when they wanted to, but it felt really good to make it to that 5th position and have that growth be tangible through the split, right? Like we saw the incredible strength they had around very pivotal jungle picks. And so I expect more of that enabling here tonight. We'll see if that jungle matchup means the same to them as it does to us, but we'll be getting into draft of game number 1 here shortly. Gotta see what power picks are going to be left open, as we do have FPX on the blue side, JDG on the red side.
I just want to quote real quickly Xiao Lahu before we jump onto the big one. You cannot ban our jungler. He's going to carry anyway. That was his quote over in spring. Now, a lot of power picks have been left open. Things like the Wei, the Ashe, the Skarner that we saw in game number 1. And I think this is a very wise pick right here because it makes you start thinking of picks that can take down the Skarner. Tristana being one of them, but has been banned out by JDG.
Yeah, leaving some seriously powerful meta picks right now up and on the table.
Ooh.
This would be a big one. We have seen this have success into Skarner. As I really want to see, okay, they are going to lock that one in. Maybe even have a couple of the big meta picks in bot lane up. The Ashe providing a lot of utility.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is going to be a Wei side for the side of FPX as well. We're talking like insane S-tier picks all across the board right here. The Rumble, the Ashe, Leona has been one of my favorite picks recently as a support. Having an extra non-committal engage tool in the likes of her ultimate has been huge in terms of success. You see mobile AD carry in the bot lane as well, whether it goes support or AD carry, doesn't matter. With Ashe, you're forcing a cleanse as a summoner spell as well. So huge stuff right here. A kill bot lane coming out from FPX.
This might be a kill bot lane on both sides. I do really like the Varus strength that you provide, also the flexibility of the builds that you see now. The Renata going to provide a lot of engage potential, or re-engage potential rather, as well for JDG.
This is a brawl. This is an absolute brawl. Because we saw what happened with the Rumble versus Skarner matchup in the previous game, especially when the some attention paid towards the Skarner to pin down the Rumble, take the summoners early on. You've got kill bot lane for FPX down the bot side of the map. So I feel like Milky Way's pick is going to be so important to sort of gauge what side of the map he wants to play for mostly. for me right now, it's mostly looking like you want to play towards that Varus Leona, play towards shutting down that Asrel early on, but also you need to keep in mind the possibility of a lane swap, because FPX do have that tank that wouldn't necessarily be too forced off of resources if a lane swap was to occur.
Kindred ban, very rightfully targeted at Milky Way. It'll be an Azir ban, actually, towards Yagao here. Trying to take away some of that setup from the mid lane as well. Yagao, another important crux for JDG. Having versatility there is important to enable Kanavi.
I know that way is open here, but I think I would rather see Yagao on something like the Talia. Something more of a roaming pick, if you will, onto this mid lane, especially since they're playing kill lane bot. Your Rumble could be in trouble, something that can shove and roam.
Let's
and
go.
We have seen a lot of Ares. We have seen a lot of Ares actually do that. So I'm loving that pick right here. Looking in the Ari though, to me, it's sort of a setup for your jungler. So what could possibly Kanavi go for? They have given him last pick.
It's
This
counter,
is one of the
baby.
This is one of the very few times where you're giving your jungler R5, but we're talking about Kanavi going up against Milky Way, so you want to secure a very favorable matchup.
So Milky Way
wait.
is going to take the Graves there. We'll look what the next pickup is going to be by FPX, but that is that hard movement and tempo jungler.
So the only favorable matchup that I know of, one of the only, is Kindred into Graves, because you can outrange. Graves can never kill you. Graves can never reach you. However, right now, I wonder what Kanavi is going to go for. Is he going to result towards a Zinza or releasing again and just takes a straight-up brawl towards FPX?
I feel like we're hearing the box arena get a little quiet. The music is starting to play with the R5, JDG's King in the Ring. Kanavi about to lock in his pick here. Needs to find something that can combat the Graves, go blow for blow with them, and he's going to go for the Vi. You love the lockdown it can provide, and the combo with him and Yagao now is going to be huge.
All I'm seeing from the set of JDG is just so much unrelenting engage. The charms, the ash arrows, the rel engages, the carpet laid down on them from the set of the Rumble. However, if you look towards FPX, they're not lacking any engage either. I feel like the first person that will pull the trigger from each team will be taking a member down from their opponents instantly. That is so scary. I'm looking at both comps and I'm like, this is so scary.
It really is. I love some of the ideas that FPX have. The go buttons that they have are going to be so immense because the follow-up is so big. On the other side, I want you to pick apart exactly how this early game can play out for JDG.
JDG do have the Ari Vi, a very potent duo, level 6. You can look to utilize that potentially for some neutral objective fights early on. You've got Ash Arrow as well. You have so many tools to pin down members at your disposal if you are JDG. However, in terms of damage for the side of FPX, that Graves could be very scary if you just allow him to roam freely and take a lot of that farm. And also, early priority is going to be key, because that Graves can very easily also invade a Vi early on.
Well, we'll see if FPX can go toe-to-toe with the giants of this group. And I think the fact of the matter is, Game 1's about to be a banger. All right, we got the Gyos a little bit stronger for JDG, rightfully so, in their home arena. But I think the early game is going to be super important. Keeping an eye on Milky Way and Kanavi. The level 1s we've seen already a lot tonight will continue. We got some vision being played here, though, Trouble.
Yeah, they're going to take down that ward, that vision off of FPX. And this is something that you can very sneakily do what Milky Way did, for example, if nobody's in there. I think they saw the Vi being around. However, you can hover around and they will never know where exactly you placed that ward. Is it towards the birds? Is it in the brush? Is it towards that red buff? So you don't necessarily know where the vision is. As you can see, they're going to ping it right now. I think JDG are aware that the red buff has been warded. So Kanavi is just going to avoid it for now. He's just going to let the ward die. For all they know, FPX, Kanavi could have started at birds and then headed towards the bot side of the map, which is what a lot of the junglers will do. However, he's going to take a full clear from bot side to top, trying to avoid potentially Graves.
And as you see on your screen, Sheer, man, I want to talk about here, taking the place of Flandre. He's been under Flandre's wing, or at least under the wing of JDG for a while now, at least this last 2024 year so far. But he's been a developmental project for them. He's very young. He's 18. Very little, at least, written competitive experience on the Western research web. But I think the fact is, like, he can provide a little bit more of that pressure from topside, and I wonder if he's going to be able to combat the Skarner here at all.
We'll see that one wrong step versus the Skarner could be completely detrimental to your lane as well. However, luckily for Sheer, there were no lane swap shenanigans. I was just about to say that. Now, look on your both side screens right here, because Milky Way is just about to walk on a ward, which then allows Kanavi to freely clear towards his top side of the map. I think it's very, very scary to know that there is a Graves around. So Milky Way is going to be spotted right here. Kanavi knows that he's safe to path towards that top side of the map.
That's a level 2 level of the Hawk shot, so they are playing very, very importantly around Milky Way and trying to figure out where Kanavi can path to, because early advantages for JDG will give them control around the map, whereas it feels like once you're getting to good teamfight setups for FPX, that's where their strength lies, because they just have the tools to go forward.
Absolutely, and also JDG are a team that are not shy of engaging, of finding these possibilities. Now Kanavi, I think he's looking towards the top side of the map potentially. Xiaolahu is going to take a huge chunk of his HP melting here, so full control of the top side of the map for Kanavi and JDG. They're going to be swapping pressure points. Top side for JDG, bot side for FPX.
Already matched jungle clears. Both junglers clearing out those crabs. Now see where they want to go. Kanavi's going to go for the first reset here. Milky Way going to go check the Gromp, see if maybe Kanavi was playing a little finicky with his clear. He does have priority in bot side, so it makes it a little safer there. This combo in mid lane, though, Yagao going to get traded on very heavily by Care. And Care isn't even online yet. That level 6 mark with a flash, that's what's deadly.
And I want to actually speak a little bit about Yagao, because a lot of the pressure of the quote-unquote failure of JDG in the spring split fell onto the shoulders of Yagao, of him not taking the correct, trades in the mid lane, losing a bunch of the matchups, not being the engage that his team needed and all that. And in hindsight, sure, it hasn't been the greatest of splits for Yagao, but when he stepped up, he really did, and it absolutely showed for his team. Now, it's in terms of it being consistently, because we're like, oh, playoffs, Yagao always turns up. However, it's more about JDG establishing their dominance off the get-go, and Yagao is such a pivotal pawn in the whole strategy of JDG being able to be that dominant team yet again and chase that international.
JDG going to be spotted out down here on the bottom side. Looks like they might want to go for an early dragon. Navi starting that one up and pushing the tempo of the map here. Milky Way is on the way down here, but does still have some of his jungle to clear on this side, but he's looking to go influence bot side right now.
Milky Way, he did smell that dragon coming through, even though Kanavi did dip into it through Fog of War. This might actually be a 50-50 because Ruler are missing.
Oh, who's going to get it? We're in the boxing match, and it's going real well. It's Milky Way that strikes the first blow, but it was merely a scratch. He almost goes down a bloody lip, but he makes it with the first objective. Take it by FPX.
You know what? First punch has already landed. That's a point for Milky Way. Gets the first objective. Care. Level 6. When you don't have level 6 onto this Vi, you cannot engage on that one. And I would say that this is a pretty Mercs heavy game from both teams. So much CC coming out from both teams, but in particular, mostly for the sort of FPX, when you got things like Annie and Leona.
Oh, that's a little bit of...
Just like that.
Yeah.
That's like
that's
that.
Level 6.
That's a Mercs diff right there.
A big bear.
Level 5 for Kanavi. Maybe after the Skull Crab, he hits that level 6. You could potentially look for a play onto Karis. Annie, you do have ultimate onto Yagao. You've got your Rel in the middle as well. It's not quite going to be the case. They're going to focus towards the Void Grabs.
Should be able to easily clear that up with the Flame Spitter of Sheer helping out there as well. FPX moving towards the bot side of the map was trying to get some invade potential for Milky Way, but that's the thing about these two junglers is they can clear so quickly. There hasn't really been windows for Milky Way to steal anything away. He will end up getting the blue buff on spawn here and maybe taking the Gromp, but a little bit of presence will be provided by Missing as he transitions back down bot side.
It also has to do a lot with priority, right? If you don't have a very clear priority lane somewhere, Missing and Ruler are gonna try to contest, but you can't really contest versus a Smite holder. They're pinging the Skarner towards the top side of the map. I'm not sure how easily that champion dies. However, he is 50% HP. He's taking a huge chunk, actually, of his HP bar, so the second that wave crashes onto tower, they could potentially be looking for a dive. It is a kind of wave, and Kanavi has level 6.
Yeah, he does have level 6. It does suppress you with the Impale. We'll end up getting the Equalizer out from Sheer there to just do some damage to the wave and try to get some more chip damage onto Shallow, who the blue was not secured by Kanavi. So it'll just be a trade back and forth of some jungle camps from either side with a reset.
Very slow, very calculated from both teams. Usually we see this being the case if it's a best of 5 series and it's going to game 5, best of 3 series and it's going to game 3. However, both JDG and FPX do not want to leave an inch. All of the gold advantage from the side of JDG has been through individual laning. You see top side is quite ahead, bot lane is quite ahead as well. Of course, Ruler and Missing being one of the best bot lanes in the entirety of LPL. They have consistently been getting advantages, no matter the matchups down the bot lane, but Doctam and Life, I thought they were going to pull the trigger right there, but Leon is not quite level 6 yet.
The thing I've had the most fun of in thinking about this matchup here is you have Ruler Missing or consistently trying to be the top of the table in standard for LPL bot lanes, whereas Doctam and Life have kind of set a standard of their own with wacky, crazy picks. They were ones to bring over some ridiculous combos from the LCK over last split, and they've continued some of that with the Blitz Cranks and things like that. Meanwhile, I'm looking mid lane, and that's a little bit of payback there for dropping that Tibbers on him, and it's going to hurt real good. That's a first kill for Kanavi and Yagao, and JDG set out on pace.
I didn't know Ruler was playing Caitlyn right here because that hit from half a map away. What a great snipe all the way down from bot lane. The further away the arrow, the more time you get stunned. You don't have mercs. Unlucky for K right there. Ends up going down. Doesn't block his flash, very importantly. So in the next skirmish that possibly FPX could take, the flash Tibbers is still a possibility. He learned his lesson, instantly purchases mercs. He knows now. He knows.
How unfair is it to give Ruler these kinds of tools, though? The man is so calculated in the way that he approaches and able to set up Yagao. That's the kind of synergies that maybe we're lacking last split. We're starting to see come alive for JDG and why they've been so strong. And Potent coming to Missing wants to fight that a little bit. It's a 3v2. They will not be able to deny the Gromp from FPX, so some more stealing going down. The Dragon is coming up here in 40 seconds or so. Another round of the Grubbies coming up in a minute. Would be 6 total for JDG.
Ooh, he threw it from Fog of War. I really want to say great aim, but this was fantastic aim from Ruler. Everyone dives forward from JDG. Great team play right there. Also from Kanavi being ready to force a fight like this, and they're gonna dip into river and get a bit more control since that dragon is spawning in about 10 seconds.
And I love it because now we get to talk about bot lane because they're doing things. I think Ruler and Missing haven't been the big priority since last year, really. They've had some strengths in spring, but summer has been a little bit more about the rest of the map. I'm excited to see Ruler have big impact still. He's going to have one here, though, because they've already gotten engaged onto. Charm is going to connect. Kanavi's almost dead, and Doctam is taking a kill there. Huge stuff from FPX to find a couple back. As Yagao going in, he wants the Charm play. He does still have that Spirit Rush there he used, but the Dragon goes to FPX. A couple kills go to FPX, and now they're the ones running the train.
I'm so confused. I'm so confused. They knew that they were right there. Ruler does have the ult. He does have the ult. Okay, you know what? We take the long range better ones, okay? We don't do short range anymore. We just throw them halfway across the map, and then we hit.
3-pointers, not the short range jumpers, you know?
Yeah, exactly. We want the difficult ones, not the easy ones. However, FPX, huge pick right there from them because they have been bleeding through the map a lot. Now JDG are going to sneak the Void Grubs and actually get the buff for themselves. If nothing happens right here, it should be 6, all of them actually, going to the side of JDG. And honestly, that fight was a little bit worrisome from JDG. They didn't necessarily have the tools, they didn't have the setup. Missing just walks in, he gets absolutely blown to pieces by FPX. And again, we said that the first team...
Oh, Ruler's trying to sidestep him with the kiting.
Chain of Corruption is not.
It is not.
It's not off cooldown yet.
Getting a little close there in the bot side scuffles, though. We're going to return to the mid lane where we see very active FPX. I think it's important for them to be active. Yes, they have some really strong spacing and team fighting, but now Doctum is the focus of the ire of JDG. I don't know if they're going to be able to complete this dive. They don't have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Actually missing. Gonna have to crash down his way out of there. Chains of Corruption gonna be flashed out of.
Whoa! Whoa, if you look on your minimap, also Milky Way and Life were on their way. So if the Chain of Corruption hits, potentially there could be follow-up from the side of FPX. Now, Milky Way is gonna get spotted by the Tribush Ward. So that's gonna be it for the side of JDG. Nice cleanse by Ruler Insta.
Love the Captain Jack there, no big deal. As one of the best to ever play the game is going to have that in his repertoire. Now, FPX, I want to talk a little bit about their proactivity this game. They've been really good at staying on the map, staying on tempo with JDG. JDG, on the other hand, they're looking for picks. They're trying to utilize these CC combos that they have to find success.
I'm not gonna lie to you, this is a very even game. And even though on paper it might look quote-unquote boring because it doesn't have a lot of kills, these players have been playing to the max the whole time. If you look at the mid lane, Care has been popping down Tibers on cooldown. This is something that Knight does a lot on BLG to try and take control of a lane, to not allow Yagao to get out of lane with his Ahri and have that very potent Vi Ahri combo that we've been talking about. Xiaolahu right here takes the flash off of Seer. There have been cases where Ruler goes toe-to-toe down bot lane with Doctum. You saw the cleanse being taken away from Ruler, from Life playing a little bit too aggressive. So the teams have been playing on their limits. It's just a case of they both know that the first team that commits first, the first CC that lands first, this team will most likely win the fight because they both have so much CC lockdown in these fights. That it's so difficult for anyone to survive a whole load.
I think the thing is also two times in a row now, JDG have kind of sniffed something out, like the flashes on bot side to get away from a play where they were collapsing. Just now, Sheer flashing out of that Impale, which would have led to FPX collapsing top side. Now we have Rift Herald with all tools readily available for JDG, and the Impale not so readily available for FPX. The Rift Herald started by them, though.
You've got level 11 Rumble with Equalizer. Oh,
that
boy.
bear is going to make a big difference. Kanavi goes in. They missed the Charm combo, but Spirit Rush is active now. Solar Flare going to go in and lock down Sheer, but look at Ruler. He's been picking him apart every single time. Ruler's been untouched, and Ruler is king for a reason. He calculated every decision, and he cuts your throat with it.
Only 2 members need to be alive for JDG for them to win the fight. And this is Yagao and Ruler. Yagao got so many resets through this fight. They managed to keep Ashe untouched. Missing right here, 07. He dies for the cause yet again. He takes every single bit of CC in. And Kanavi, with his dying breath, presses ultimate onto the Graves, which means he pins him down onto the Equalizer. The damage had already been dealt. Their resets came through for Yagao. What a fantastic fight for the duo carry of JDG.
What do you do when the man is space gliding all over you, dude? Like, I don't even know what the answer is there. I mean, maybe a little bit of focus towards him, but I think Ruler's going to have a fine time here. Now you've got the 2 active carries for JDG up and running. Yagao and Ruler, they have a lot of the decision-making power that JDG have, and that's what this comp does so well, and especially when they're ahead.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I would hate being Kanavi in this game. playing
07,
Vi,
Captain 07.
especially, yeah, playing Vi when you're flashless into a full CC team. You know that the second you press R, oh baby, you're going back to that gray screen.
To be fair, in the off season, he got some time in practicing as a general when they went paintballing. So maybe this is his general instinct coming. He's like, I'm going to set you guys up just like when we were on the paintball field. We'll see if that actually happens here. Sheer coming up from behind. They have a very strong team fight when they can pull the trigger. FPX maybe not willing to take a fight here for a dragon. That would be JDG's first.
Yeah, they didn't have control of that mid lane, which means they didn't get to establish any vision into this river. It's going to be one dragon right here from JDG, and they're going to walk back to taking some control over that mid lane wave that was pushed by FPX. However, JDG are looking like they want to take the fight towards FPX. There are no flashes on Ashe or Ari.
Ruler again, so calculated. Care is excisioned from the rest of the team, and Ruler is free hitting all over again. It's looking like a deja vu moment, and it's one that FPX has their head in hands over. Back onto the Rift Herald goes FPX.
You know how we were saying that this is a top-centered meta? We don't see a lot of attention towards the bot laners. They're playing for Sheer, they're playing for the Rumble, they're playing around Yagao and Kanavi. Well, you know what? Ruler is gonna make it about himself, whether you like it or not, because that's how damn good he is. He sees Care onto this ward. Care does not have a cleanse available, so everyone dives onto it. And this is what we said instantly from JDG, that the second the first CC lands, JDG is not a team that is shy of throwing their bodies in and engaging. I feel like Kanavi has thrown his life out twice, trying to make sure that the first target that they hit actually dies.
Oh, Shalahu with the bait. He stopped his back.
Found him.
Oh no, he's just a little scorpion, man. Leave him alone. Okay.
A little scorpion?
Well, maybe a big one.
Have you seen this champion?
Yeah. But I think
Are we seeing the same game?
I think the most crucial part is like it's the style of meta, right? Like we're having the Ashe where you're getting a lot of early vision, a lot of communication from JDG, which I feel like was a problem point for them in their lackluster run in spring. And we're seeing a lot of that cohesion. Yes, it's early into the split, but it's definitely something that we've seen level up from spring to summer.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like they did everything they could to make sure they pinned down Milky Way in the early game, making sure that Kanavi gets to that level 6 as fast as possible. This is where Vi pretty much peaks. However, if she gets stopped midway by a Graves or any other champion that wants to actually get into your jungle and brawl, it becomes very, very difficult to play the champion. -1 care. Everyone saw that. And if you look at the gold, the Vi is actually ahead. Like, even in CS, I'm not even gonna take in consideration any kills or assists. But this is Kanavi farming better on a Vi than a Graves.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. We're getting second items now for everybody, really, here in the game. Maybe Milky Way a little bit behind that one. But with Baron coming up, another 2 minutes for Dragon. Nothing really onto the Rift. And that's where I want to bring up the conversation of Sheer, right? Sheer is coming in for Flandre, but he has come in before for Flandre. And it feels like some of that team workshopping, the off-season stuff, the in-season stuff that they've put together, the horse riding, it really has helped in a way to make it not feel like a big difference when Sheer is in over Flandre. Yes, there's some different picks, but they provide a lot of the same presence that enables the rest of the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like a lot of the trades that we saw earlier on from Sheer onto Shaolahu were pretty on point as well. Shoving the wave when he needs to, taking those heavy trades, forcing that Skarner off of the tower. 2.3 thousand gold lead onto this champion. And even though we have seen plenty of B1 Skarners, not all of them end up being punished. And I feel like Sheer has done so well, even all alone in that lane on the 1v1 versus Shaolahu, that he deserves actually the praise. And he has been one of those players that I've been looking for as JDG are looking for their next pick on the map.
And I love it because everybody on the team treats him like little brother. It is the cutest thing ever if you go watch any of this
I mean, he does look very, very young as well.
He's 18,
so
all right? He's
not.
a youngin'. He just got out of school.
He looks way younger than this. He looks way younger.
But he's very smart. He in the offseason, one of the videos, they talk about his percentile scoring on his testing coming out of school, and he is a very smart cookie. And see if he can help JDG secure this fight, but he ain't even here yet, and the rest of the team's already picking him apart without him. You got Ruler picking up one. He's fighting a big bear right now. Missing's going to give over his life, but now you're running away from an Ashe, and she's approaching velocity here. Back onto the bear, and JDG go, and an over 5,000 gold lead in their bucket.
JDG are looking to make it a super quick one. Yagao threading the needle with the charm through the blue buff to hit Milky Way. Your smite is down, FPX. There is no way you're still in this Baron. Shaolahu is going to try. Care. That's off his stun, but not Tibers.
It's gonna go take it away. Oh, he's gonna go for the flash hit. Oh, double impale. And Duckdom is putting on his own Ruler performance here. But guess what? Ruler's just built different. And he's gonna put them down. Sheer able to play Spitter a double kill back. Now Life is here. He does not have Solar Flare. And this is the problem. You get tagged once. You cannot run away safely without backup. Luckily, Milky Way is there. Now FPX need to reposition for a dragon fight.
Oh, that looks so scary for JDG, but man, Ruler is a different monster on this Ashe. 4-0 and 9, 2 items in, going for his Bloodthirster next. He's gonna make it in time, has the Hawkshot to get super vision for his team.
They've actually
That's
got
another
him.
arrow
They can
down.
just chase him down.
Oh,
They can
Milky
just chase
Way.
him down. The double CC there. Ruler is just running all over them. He's going to dodge out of the Solar Flare. A little bit of damage back from the collateral. And now you have a little bit of a fight potential. But Yagao has come with an RKO out of nowhere during a boxing match. I don't know who let him in here, but the ref's got to get him. JDG run away with it.
That was not fair. He wasn't involved in this fight. How does he dare TP for that one? Yagao, fantastic flank TP through the bot lane, securing JDG a bunch more kills, and the second dragon pushing that bot lane wave. Oh, the whole horse riding thing. I don't know if you get away from this Skarner though.
No.
Uh-oh.
That's not great. He's going to flash away. He does have the help of Kanavi here. Ruler getting low, but the equalizer comes over from Sheer. The lockdown onto Care, who is just completely taken out. Sheer gets himself another kill. Might be looking at an MVP-like performance from the top laner JDG here.
I'm just saying, you blink and you miss it. FPX are trying to make picks on the map. They find Ruler. He's overextended. Doesn't matter. Kanavi's flying from the side. Equalizer falls down. Missing is suddenly there. Yagao is teeping through the bot side of the map. JDG are on top of their game in this one. And again, the most consistently consistent team out of the top teams in the league so far in this group stage.
FPX struggling to find home on the map. They move up towards top side. JDG, they can just keep going.
There is no home.
Round
They've been pushed
after
out.
round. They're delivering hooks. They're delivering jabs. They're delivering every single punch you can imagine. And FPX are sitting there bloodied in the corner. It feels like this game one, this round one, has gone holistically towards Navi. Okay. Hey, Ruler. I practice. It was practice. They were going to the practice range. He was shooting the
guy's on
arrow.
your team,
they
bro.
had to do some archery in the offseason, so he's just really liking it, all right?
That guy's in your team.
We've seen a couple of those plays now over time here in the last week or so. Maybe some friendly fire there. I don't know. There's the Baron going though, and it's gonna come down now in 5 seconds. They're gonna try to get this tier 2 in time. They do. So they do some lasting damage. Get a little bit of that standing gold on the map.
Yep. Reset's gonna come through. I'm assuming Bloodthirster. Oh, it's already completed actually for Ruler. So third item already done and dusted.
Already
Possibly
charged
going
the
for something
card.
like an Infinity Edge. Yeah. That's the last item right there from Ruler. And I think this is pretty much of a done deal in terms of JDG winning this particular game. I feel all it takes is a 1 R button to land from the side of JDG and everyone else follows. And I feel like they have the easiest follow-up basically, because even if Kanavi chooses to press R, it's a done deal. Another arrow. Heat-seeking at this point from Ruler, finding Milky Way. And again, this is the point where you're like, okay, you need to stop Jason, but Yagao presses his F button, TPs, and the bot wave pushing in, absolutely annihilates FPX. JDG again. So clean with it. And is Ruler going to die in this game? Is my
That's a
question.
great question. I think I asked the question at the very beginning, saying, are we going to see an adaptation from JDG playing more around Ruler? Well, they just gave him the tools to make it his own.
He did it
been
himself.
literally
He did
building
it himself.
his own self with these ultis, with these combinations.
He's the main character
He's
now.
literally the main
you want it
character.
or not.
We'll see now if JDG can put the finishing touches on an FPX.
JDG are building up a little bit of vision control around Baron, which is coming up in a minute and a half. Taking control of the waves as well. I feel like JDG are just looking for somebody to just step up and try to get some vision control. Life is level 10. If you look at all the other members of JDG, apart from the support, everyone is 5 levels above Life. So whoever chooses to press their R button first from the side of JDG, I think Life will pretty much disappear like a magic
The
trick.
thing about the wave state and lane state right now is, I guess game state rather, is the even up dragons. I feel like that's a big priority to think about in terms of buying time for FPX. Is it you are still Skarner? You become unkillable as time goes on. I feel like we've seen the Varus have a lot of strength, and they still have a lot of those go buttons. But when you're 11,000 gold down, you have no control of the map. It becomes that much more difficult.
Yeah, and JDG are paying a lot of respect for that reason as well, because let's not forget, you mentioned you have the Skarner, you have the Anti-Tibers, you still have a lot of tools for FPX to pin someone down that's been isolated from the set of JDG. So making sure that you're always shoving the waves when you have vision, when you have the numbers advantage on that side of the map is going to be pivotal, and JDG have been so respectful so far in terms of not overextending, waiting for the Baron, which is going to be up in about 15 seconds.
FPX can only stand in their walls and watch as the beasts take hold outside.
Who face checks that?
Yeah, I mean, life probably at this point. You do
no.
have Baron coming up. You also have Dragon coming up. So TP into the mid lane from Yagao to come rejoin the team. Actually have a really strong angle here. Yeah, they're just going to go onto the tank. Life, you might have wanted to. Yeah, okay. He gets out with the flash. And now that tool won't be available. That means JDG are going to force a play around Baron.
Yeah, that Ash Arrow is not a very long cooldown, however. You see a quarter of it already done and dusted, and JDG are about 11,000 gold rich, more than FPX. They can literally just slap them with the money that they have in their inventories.
Baron getting
hold
low.
one to life.
Less than 3,000 there. Re-engaged from missing with that equalizer on top of it. Milky Way is in there. He steals it as he punches Yagao. And now might be able to get out. No? Okay, never mind. He's not out of there. Life is gone. Now Kanavi catches out Care. They stole the Baron, but what did it cost? It might just be everything, as the charm does not connect in the end. The Baron buff going to help with denying the siege a little bit, but JDG are going to hold no quarter.
Yeah, this is a little too late right there. Milky Way had the right idea, seeing Kanavi jump out of the pit. He's like, yeah, that's my time to shine. Another arrow is going to hit. Ooh, the cleanse.
The CC chain is so deadly from JDG. Xiaolahu, the only member with Baron left, he's trying to buff up these minions as best as possible. Missing's running out of base, so they don't have a lot of their front line. JDG will end up backing off towards this dragon. Would be a third Hextech dragon in a row for them.
Again, I just want to showcase and highlight right here the willingness of JDG to just jump forward. You saw Dokdam instantly cleanse that Ash Arrow. Both Kanavi and Yagao insta-flashed into it. Now, you see, missing right here will get engaged into Milky Way, and Kanavi will jump out of the pit for that one. Actually, oh no, he didn't. It was sheer. My bad. Kanavi stays in. He loses the 50-50. Fair play to Milky Way. I thought it was actually Kanavi jumping out of the pit. It was sheer in the end. Trying to pretty much burn them to a crisp, and it was the case. JDG, they have too much gold. FPX did not back up in time. However, they have won themselves a couple more minutes.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of time for them. At least maybe 4.5. I don't know. We'll find out. The Baron's going to still be up there for Xiaolahu for a little while longer as well. So we're seeing some fight back from this composition. We're getting to third items now. Already completed for Dokdam and getting very close for Milky Way on the other side. But now JDG look to close the grip.
Okay.
As,
now we're just throwing them out for fun.
Yeah, why not, I guess. If it hits anybody else but Xiaolahu in life, I definitely think they all in for that. But don't think you're going to do that against life.
I feel like it's a mini game at this point, you know? You're throwing them out to see how many you've hit. It doesn't matter if they're for fun or not. But if you have like a high percentage of hitting them, then that still counts.
Ruler's just playing games with them, confirmed. Life going to be on the top side of this fight, try to block out missing. The turret is the big focus for JDG. If they can get another one down here, would be huge pressure on FPX in their own base. FPX, though, they've got some fighting potential. As we mentioned, Milky Way is starting to get pretty strong in these extended skirmishes, and JDG is feeling the heat from it.
Yeah, it becomes a little bit difficult to shove a wave underneath a tower. Again, there are so many tools for FPX to try and turn these fights around, and with the addition of the tower, the assistance from the damage that the tower can do, you could potentially be taking some very important shutdowns. For example, Ruler has 700 gold as a shutdown on his back, 600 on Sheer, 200 onto Kanavi, and Kanavi is probably like the easiest target you could go for. That's why he does have the Guardian Angel as well. So JDG, again, they're one of the best teams that we have in the LPL. However, I feel like out of the 4 at the top, they're probably the slowest at ending their games. They're taking it very slow and calculated.
Yeah, we're getting like 4 items for them as well. We got a Magi's bot by Yagao. He's also got the Banshees now to block out some of that long distance engage we've mentioned so many times for FPX. That hesitancy, that respect definitely being shown. You wonder if they're just buying time to get to that next dragon. We've also seen, again, not just to continue in the theme of that like revenge tour I was talking about for JDG, but they go the extra mile. I'll just say that. Like, they are oftentimes like dominating games, and they'll wait for you to spawn in your base, and they'll try to kill you. It's just really funny how much domination they're trying to project onto the map. And even at, you know, an 0-5 Milky Way, even at some really rough times in the top side map, FPX are giving some fight back.
Yeah, and JDG know that. That's why they're respecting the overextension right here. Again, Leona, Varus, Annie, Skarner. So much CC. You just jump onto a target, you take them down. Now, of course, JDG are not going to let that go like this. They're all going to jump on you themselves, and having so much more gold than you is going to mean that most likely FPX will lose the fight right there and then. But being underneath the tower, this could be the case. However, FPX are caught sleeping here. The tower's already gone.
That's really rough. That's a big wave there, too. FPX pulled off, and now caught out is life. Big engage from Missing Arrow on top of it. Solar Flare's not going to do anything but block out your own son. They're fighting back. Konami's still alive. Octave still fighting, but Ruler is slowing everybody. And Sheer walking up with the flamethrower, as now Yagao missing that charm. They have a little bit of damage back. Doctum has some good arrows. Life and Doctum, maybe a bit of the crux, but Ruler wants to make the difference.
Ruler!
Look at him! He can't get him under turret, but Ruler is all over the place, and he has completely dominated this game from head to toe. That is JDG smashing game number 1 of this best of 3. And I think it's safe to say it's Mike Tyson versus an influencer.
Ruler, stone cold. Did you look at his face while he was doing that? I was like, he's cracking a smile. There's no way. He's laughing while he's doing that. He's throwing his arrows right, left, center. It doesn't matter who they hit. He's smiling. He's like, stone cold. Whew. Absolute dominance from the 80 carry from JDG. We said, hey, he's playing more of a utility champion, you know? Like, he's playing Ash. He's going to be engaging the fights from far away. He's going to give him a lot of the vision early on. No. He made it about himself, and he is going to be worth the MVP that I'm sure he's going to get.
100%. Sheer, you can have a good time, but Ruler will take it all day long.
Sorry, man.
We're going to step away for a little break. We did see a JDG that did not skip a beat with Sheer jumping in. We'll see if that continues to be the case after this.
era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy is approaching our gates. We cannot fly. Behold, my son, there's a way to save you all. Don't you despair.
Welcome back, one and all, back to the LPL. And game number 1 of our second best of 3 of the night was an absolute shellacking. JDG dominated FPX. I am Mizell. I'm joined by Trouble. And what a game 1 it was. Kanavi at the helm, but it was truly Ruler who set the pace his own.
This guy playing Ashe into a trillion ways of him to die. The Annies, the Leonas, the Varus. 9-0-17. 96% kill participation. What an absolute monster. He finished the game by chasing Varus into the fountain and killing him there. And you know what? Again, I was expecting a little banter, a little smile, a little cheeky reaction, a little laughter. Nothing. Stone cold killer on the Rift. Ruler. Absolute performance put out here for us.
I think FPX is going to regret forgetting about him in a lot of those fights. There were so many that he was just completely untouched. But it's because you have to be so careful of where that gold was distributed. Sheer had a lot himself. Those immediate engages for JDG were so hard for FPX to peel away from, and that's where a lot of the focus would go, not trying to kill the carry who's absolutely decimating you over and over again.
And it was really fun because FPX also picked a very kill-heavy bot lane. They paired up the Varus together with the Leona to try and pin down Ruler and Missing, to try and stop them off the get-go. It wasn't quite the case. We're going to move into draft. JDG versus FPX, game 2. And Ashe found a way already, and Rumble, JDG, they saw what they could do with it. They don't want to keep them away.
I do like the Skarner ban first and foremost from FPX. Just don't even give them a chance to have that one. We'll see as some of those trade picks are going to be coming through for sure. I like the Ashe ban towards Stockdown. That has been something that they've been really willing to go with in that bottom side. I'm looking for a little bit more spice from the bottom lane of FPX for this game number 2. Again, this is Fearless, so those picks at the bottom you see, those are not available to the side that is over top of them. And as we get to that Jace final ban in the first phase, JDG are up and on the board with first pick.
Ooh, slamming it down with the Callista.
No utility here.
I was expecting something like the Corki coming in. I mean, Mazel, I think he earned it this time around. It's like,
to see, though. That's
you
like,
guys gave me the Ashe. You expect me to be the utility bot. I carried. Now you put me on a real carry, you know?
it's the versatility I wanted to see as we get further in this double round robin, right? I don't just want to see this JDG roster clean house with a top side matchup that just dominates, right? Like, I want to see them play through bot side, play through mid, play through top, have versatility. And Roller saying, let's make it happen tonight against FPX. They are looking to go undefeated in their Group A. They've already set one step here tonight. Now, Caitlyn is the hover here, but we already had the Corki pick up by FPX, providing a lot of mid-range damage here in the mid lane. Nidalee locked in, though, for Milky Way.
That's more like it right there. Milky Way on the Nidalee. Someone that we've known here for the Kindreds, the Nidalees, the Graves. Kanavi could reply with, again, a more of a... I would say this is like an in-between kind of champ for me. He also farms, but he also plays aggro. He can also gank, but he can also be passive. He does so many different things. However, he wants it. I know
I
he
love
wants
that he's taunting him
he
with the
wants
Graves. He's like, yo, man, I saw you
Do you
last
see a
game.
gal's laugh?
Yeah.
Did you see a gal's laugh? When he flickered over to the Graves, he's like, surely not. He's like, oh, okay, I'm just kidding.
The LeBlanc locked in for Yagao, another pick he's chosen already. This split provides a lot of side laning pressure there, but Kanavi is definitely the one to go to here with this composition so far for JDG. And as we said, it's a bit of a boxing match between these two junglers. I think round 2 is going to have a lot in store for us.
Ooh, Eddie Carey picked right here. And if this gets locked in, which is going to be the Aphelios in the end, they're going more for a teamfight-oriented carry. I'm expecting a very heavy load on support bans right here. The Nautilus being one, and probably Leona from the side of FPX that they want to get rid of. On the other side, you have things like the Alistar as well. You just need something that's beefy in your front line if you are FPX, because you do have a pretty good team fighting composition that also has a bunch of poke with the Nidalee and the Corki. You just need beefy front lines for yourself.
The Nico sneaky ban aiming towards missing there with some combos potentially for the Kalista, but do wonder where the rest of the ban priority is going to go for them since jungle matchup is already set in stone. Expect some of the solo lanes to maybe take some of that priority in the ban. The Jax is the first one there to fall on the top side of joining the Rumble.
I just wonder if we're gonna see something like the Camille type of top lane, the Twisted Fate type of top lane. We have some Jace bans, we have some Jax bans. These are very specific bans curated towards the top side of the map. The Santi ban from the side of FPX. And it could be something like even an Ornn towards the top side. I think you really, really rely on having some sort of engage coming through that top side of the map, that you need to pick something that's a little bit more tanky, has some reliable engage, something that will be in front of that Aphelios so he can pump out the DPS.
Giving bot lane a pretty stable state for FPX could be really important, especially when you're going to be playing so far forward. It feels like for Milky Way. There was a lot of trading back and forth last game. Now the Camille locked in for FPX.
I mean, that could also be a bot lane Camille. Not necessarily the best pairing that we see with Aphelios. However, the early game from Camille, especially support, can shut down champions like Kalista if you all in on that level 2 with Ignite, or level 1 a lot of the times with Ignite as well. We were talking about that earlier. The specific bans, the Jax and the Renekton, do call out some sort of TF towards the top side of the map.
And again, they're bringing out things that they would normally play with Flandre, but giving it to Sheer. And I really like that because, again, every time we've seen Sheer, it feels like he's just another glove on the hand. It feels like we're not missing a beat with this roster. And some of that cohesion with a 6-man roster can really help. I want to see if his TF is going to stand up to Flandre's, because Flandre has literally single-handedly won games with that pick. The Nautilus, though, for missing, going to help set up the rest of the team.
And here's going to be the reply as well on whether the Camilla is going bot lane or not. Things like Thresh pop to mind a lot when you see Aphelios being locked in. It helps him a lot get out of dodge, but right here you do not necessarily have any proper engage if you're FPX. You've got a Camille that's diving into the backline all alone, and Rel, at least you have some sort of form of engage now with the likes of Rel that can go deep with your Camille, create that space for the rest of your carries to do the damage. However, I'm looking at JDG, and if I take the nameplates off, this looks like a BLG to me. I've seen On take the L every single time BLG plays, because his entire team is having fun on carries, and he is the engage and disengage duty. This time around, it's going to be missing.
What I love about FPX's side is the bot lane that they've drafted for themselves. It's a classic for Ruler and Missing. It's also something that Ruler has dominated the LPL ever since he came in. Even in his first split, he was making highlight reel after highlight reel on this Aphelios pick, but this time it's also a differing in approaches to bot lane. You have a very stable team fight style waiting to get those big item spikes on the side of FPX, whereas it's the go button central, it feels like, for JDG.
Also, so much split push, right, from JDG. You've got the LeBlanc, you've got the Twisted Fate on the side lane, you've got the Kalista that wants to play aggressive. I just love how much pressure on the map in general they have, whether it is through straight up fist fighting you with the Lee Sin and the LeBlanc, whether it's through bot lane dominance with any Kalista lane that you want to name, or whether it's later on through split pushing with LeBlanc and Twisted Fate. FPX are going to have to think really quickly in terms of macro and how they want to approach this game.
They will have the Camille for Xiaolahu to have some of the answers into the side lane. The execution of that is the most important. We have the final series of Group A underway. JDG 1-0 up already. See if FPX can fight back. There's Ari in real life.
Where's Namera? Quick.
Love to see.
Find him.
Yeah, I'm sure he's somewhere associated with LPL right now. But the level ones we've seen, the non-lane swaps we've seen, and it looks like we're getting a little bit of both here potentially, with some pings from Kanavi going for some vision on top side.
Yeah, you definitely want to spot the Nidalee. Nidalee is one of those champions that's like, in Twitch terms, she's a little rat of a champ. Even though she's a cat, she's kind of a rat of a champ. She wants to find you and she wants to fight you in your own jungle. She's very good at just being a nuisance in general and invading. And especially when you give them one or a couple of priority lanes, it can become very, very, very annoying. And especially when you're playing Lee Sin, you're looking to get to that level 6, you're looking to get your kick early on. You definitely don't want to be having to deal with an Nidalee early on. What's Milky Way doing? Oh, he's just going to stack his blood. I was like, is he considering just straight up walking up and taking the 50-50 on the chickens? It wasn't going to be the case. He just started his blue buff.
Yeah, so big thing here as well, looking at those runes that have come up, but is the Hail of Blades there for care, so he'll be going more of the lethality Corki here instead of that kind of Trinity Force Fleet Footwork style we've seen. We'll wonder how that damage profile is going to work into Yagao, if he's going to have enough burst there. But I think the top lane is going to be a very important area to focus on as Yagao gets traded pretty heavily, as both junglers going to be pathing that way.
And Corki level 1, level 2, so dominant in the mid lane. Anyone walks up to the wave, he gets to clear the wave for free and also gets to trade for free. His E is so potent right now for doing that. So usually what you want to do with Corki level 1 and level 2, you walk up, you press E, you take a trade as Yagao. He's laughing at Care for walking one step too far forward and taking a tower shot.
Okay, trying to exert some pressure onto the vibes, man, in mid lane for JDG. But that's also a cool conversation to have, and even though we've seen some lackluster stuff from FPX, a lot of turbulence outside of game beneath him. This is still a very FPX-centered developmental roster, right? Xiaolahu, a big project for them. Care also being a project for them. Milky Way coming over from RNG. It's been really cool to see these guys kind of work together a lot with the addition of kind of the spiciness that Dogtime and Life have brought to life.
Absolutely, and I feel like,
oh my god,
even though it was as much of a rough split as it is rough for Xiaolahu to play this lane, getting absolutely punished by Sheer. I want to bring it back to the combo that you said about not necessarily not missing Flandre, but you don't see a difference. As if you were to turn nameplates off, you wouldn't know if this is Flandre or Sheer playing. And there were a lot of people, me included actually, that I really enjoyed the times that I saw Sheer on the Rift in Spring Split, as we do have some mid-jungle shenanigans. However, Missing first on the play.
Oh, Missing is there, and Yagao's able to set him up. Oh, the spear. He almost got hit by it. Yagao flashing away. Missing gets the kill at the end. First blood for JDG.
What a crazy turn of events. And again, that Kalista lane is what started the whole domino effect right here. The fact that Missing is free on the map. However, right now, is a 4 versus 3 in favor of FPX. Yagao does have the TP, but for JDG to walk up in there would be too dangerous. They do grab the kill, and they do get out.
Life now with the roam onto the back of Milky Way. Trying to press up while the Chicky Nuggies are being stolen away. The spear did connect, but Yagao's actually going to go all in with care, forcing a little bit of attention from Milky Way up towards mid lane, meaning that JDG are able to get what they wanted there.
That was a very great play from JDG. Yagao having to flash last second as well, the spear. I think this would have most likely taken a kill back. But FPX need to try and find avenues early on. And again, this was the domino effect that started from bot lane, hard shoving with the Kalista, into a reset from bot lane, into missing suddenly mid lane, while Life is still bot lane, trying to help Doctam shove out that wave. So that was that is the bot lane effect. Even though not main character anymore, surely assisting in terms of pressure around the map.
And they're going to look to have priority down there to push up to the Dragon, because Kanavi's already down that way. Kair's actually going to go Valkyrie on the other side. The chain does connect, so just some more health trading here. But this will also have another domino effect onto the bot side potentially, as vision is aplenty for FPX, but there's just not much they can do about it.
Yeah, I think it's like bot lane kingdom at this point for JDG. In game number 1 and in game number 2. They have freed themselves twice. Once to take control of that mid lane, get that kill onto Kair, and now twice making sure that they secure that early dragon. And again, not allowing Nidalee to be a nuisance early on.
Missing down. That feels real bad. That's the flash out from Life, but it's not going to be that easy. Ruler's not going to let you go away. The heal at the last second there. Huge stuff from Milky Way with the Primal Surge.
Milky Way being around, the support that no one expected, but apparently Life needed right there to get out alive. Milky Way has to stick around, which gives a lot of freedom on the map to Kanavi.
Kair in a lot of trouble. Kair's gonna flash out there. Valkyrie with the combo. He makes it out alive. FPX barely living multiple times. They're ceding pressure on the map, but they're surviving.
They're surviving, but what are they giving away? Right now, Kanavi gets the free card to go wherever he pleases. Yagao still sticking around. This is going to be probably 1 or 2 void grabs for Kanavi. He has Sheer perma-shoving the top side of the map. That Camille has not been freed. One already taken away from Kanavi. He's going to dip back into his jungle.
10 CS lead for Sheer, 10 CS lead for Ruler. Sheer about to be punished, though, for his overextension. Going to burn his flash early, and FPX have no follow-up because they don't have the combination for Light. He has no flash any longer.
However, that is double Summoner, and Milky Way is going to stick around towards the top side of the map. Now you have Xiaolahu level 6. You can lock down that Twisted Fate, try and get a kill over the top side of the map, trying to get that Nidalee or the Camille going. Oh, Kanavi just he's just jumping back in.
So it's 1 for 1 right now. It's going to be Milky Way that gets the better of him. We've seen the early objectives go Milky Way's way.
This... I love this because Kanavi is just not giving him any space to breathe. He went back to base, picked up a pickaxe, then instantly started invading. You taking the pressure back onto that Nidalee, especially when you know that members of FPX will have to reset on the map. They knew that Life was no longer around in the play. They knew that Xiaolahu would have to reset for that one as well. So they had information that Milky Way was most likely alone. Now they're looking for Kair. Kair doesn't have a flash from the previous exchange.
Oh my god, there's so many members here. Oh, the Valkyrie with the calculation, but that's going to be a kick to the face, and Kair goes down, missing claims a second kill of the game. Meanwhile, we got him out topside with a beautiful Destiny, and the little kid is a big man now.
Man, Xiaolahu had no more CC. They wasted it all onto that engage. Sheer waited for the CC to be down. Oh my god, it is so hard to watch. 2,000 gold in the lead, 8 minutes in, through just sheer fist fighting and advantage taking on the top of the map. Sheer is going to take both a CC. He's going to wait for the ultimatum to run out, and then he's like, okay, they have nothing else. I'm just out.
What a Chad. I love to see it from Sheer, able to play with that pressure. Does lose a little bit of the laning advantage he had, but it's everywhere else that JDG are getting advantages.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't know how FPX move forward from here. They tried to play around mid lane. Their mid jungle is just better from the side of JDG. They try to play for top side. They do. Sheer, no summoners, sure, no problem. He's out anyway. Bot lane Kingdom the entire series. Now Xiaolahu is trying again. He's 1 level up.
He's not auto-attacking back, though. Sheer able to put some damage back if he does want to. Nobody can come to save this fight any longer, as we're getting all kinds of presence around mid. Milky Way going for another full clear here, as Kanavi has completed his back.
You're just going to have to find a way to be creative on the set of FPX. Just look on your map, look at the summoners gone. There is no flash onto that Kalissa. There is no flash ghost towards Sheer, and this is exactly the target they're going to choose for this fight as well.
Come back
There is, however,
again.
a control ward. The ultimatum is still not up.
Oh, Shallow who goes for the play, though, to slow him down. Hook shot into him. The spear not combining,
What?
though, but he will rip him to shred. No, wait! He gets out with the bird, but Milky Way will throw one more spear into him, and FPX finally get on the board.
Oh my god, that was too close for comfort. They took 2 members up top to try and shut down Sheer. He got out. They took 3 members. They made sure that they pin him down this time for sure, getting that kill onto Milky Way, onto that Nidalee. Getting him as fast as possible towards that first item, which is most likely going to be a leech bane for him. Kanavi now heading towards the top side. Now there is an ultimatum and there is a Nidalee around as well.
He doesn't have much mana, though. He's only going to have enough for a couple combos. Shallow who needs to find a way
1v2?
out to Milky Way. Milky Way's there, so Kanavi immediately backs away. No, he wants it! He's playing with their minds right now, as we do have another episode of the Grubby Tubbies coming up here soon. JDG are already here in position.
I think this is the first time in recent times that I've seen Kanavi trying to establish like actual dominance on the Rift. Just showing his opponents he's just better. He hits the Q, he's gonna take the Q. It doesn't matter if it's a 1v2. He sees Void Grabs, he's going to dive onto Milky Way. It doesn't matter if he has no teammates around him. I feel like Kanavi is taking this particular matchup maybe personally.
Yeah.
Because especially in Spring Split, when Milky Way came out, everyone was like, oh, he's the new best jungler. Kanavi who? We don't hear him anymore. Mechanically, he's just better. And Kanavi, I guess, he took that personally.
Yeah, I want to take a look up here, though. This play has been developing for a little while. We saw Milky Way walk his way up here to try to punish here. They realize he has Destiny. They don't really have an avenue to fight on bot side, so they want to try to pressure this top side of the map. Though Sheer playing very, very safely. And now that he's bought all this time, all this pressure, Milky Way is going to have to force it back. And that's just free grubs for JDG.
I feel like the telltale right here that Nidalee is probably towards the top side of the map is that there's no pressure towards Dragon. However, Seer's gonna walk forward.
He walks straight into it. He's going to pop the ghost, though. They got the TP. They want to save little bro. They don't want him to go down. He's going to go. Oh, no, he's still alive. Finally, Care guns him down. But Milky Way is going to fall. No, he gets the heal for the Primal Surge. He's still alive. Kanavi has cleaned him up, though. And Kanavi, he's making it personal with a double kill. He's engaged on by Shallow in life. He needs to find a Miracle Worker. That Miracle Worker might just be missing. He's going to go for the flash. The chain's connected. Kanavi gets another one. He's going to look for a 4th kill up here. Life under turret. He misses out of the Sonic Wave, but they might want to follow it up anyways. JDG are circling around Life, and he will have no life left.
Kanavi with 4 kills. Well, Dogtam is heading topside as well. I don't know if you guys are interested in a delayed penta. 4-0-1. This man is absolutely the best jungler LPL has to offer. Saying that,
Ruler caught in the back here. They nicely timed the TP down there. Ruler gonna hop skip his way.
Yes,
He's got flash. He's trying to get out. One more auto, one more spear. They can't do it.
They can't.
The man sets the bar and the standard for ADC in the LPL.
Sheer is now looking at Dogtam. Dogtam has both summoners.
I don't know if Doctive can get out of this one, though. He's trying to pull his best Ruler, but he is not like him. And Kanavi gets his 5th kill of the game in short time.
You know what? Kanavi is him, though. 1.6 thousand gold ahead in his matchup. 5-0-1. Yaga about to face check life.
Speaking of setting standards, Kanavi is the best jungler in the LPL. He has consistently been that, even if they had a lackluster finish in spring. I know that bites them to this day. And again, this is their revenge tour. It feels like a revenge tour every time they take to the Rift, and it feels personal. Kanavi will take another 3 grubs. So that'll be 4 total for them there. They will get the Might spawn, and Sheer's doing his job in the side lane, like you had mentioned from draft, and getting a turret.
Absolutely, and I feel like FPX are trying to pull triggers right there. They're like, oh, we'll keep Milky Way in this brush for like 3 years. Maybe Sheer walks up. Sheer dodges everything. He dodges that, he dodges the jump from Italy, he dodges so much that the entirety of JDG has time to come up, but at what cost? Everybody's been taken too far down in terms of HP. Milky Way's 1 HP under tower, gets sniped by a Q from Lee Sin. Then it's Xiaolahu's turn. They turn on to Kanavi. Kanavi's just too strong. He lives us too much with E. It's like, it was insanity. Everything worked perfectly for JDG. Everyone kept diving forward from FPX. They tried to pull a JDG on JDG, but they can't just do that.
Now we're almost at 2 items there for Kanavi. Everybody else having their first items
2
completed.
items?
We're still waiting on a couple completions from FPX here, especially Milky Way, who is going to have a really hard time being useful here. Now we set up for FPX a lot of poking and team fighting around objectives, things like that. Get Doctum to a place of synergy with the rest of the team, but Milky Way not having strength on the map makes it very difficult for him to have a meaningful impact. This Kara's going to find Yuka on the side with a little Valkyrie. Going to get a slow down there. Not able to follow it up.
Oh, they're looking at Xiaolahu.
Ooh, the flash play in the middle of the hook shot there too. He's going to pop that, but it's not enough. Xiaolahu down to Sheer, and he will get his first kill of the game.
And you know how we said at the very beginning of the series, JDG is a very dominant team, but they do it in their own fashion, which tends to be sometimes a little bit slow. They like to be calculated. They need to make sure that the plays that they make are 100% within their reach. This game has been an absolute stomp so far. I'm gonna call it exactly what it is. 7,000 gold lead, 15 minutes in. They have been absolutely everywhere. Everyone's been doing their job. And it all started by Ruler freeing Missing on the map. That first kill that went over to Kanavi, which snowballed over the top side of the map. Sheer absorbing all that pressure. It has been JDG. It's always been about JDG in this series.
It truly has. And for JDG, it's always been about Kanavi at this point in their organization's history. The man has been with this team for 4.5 years since his time on Griffin. And it's been a wonder to watch the team mold and shape around this guy. He's set the mold, set the tempo for jungle so many times in so many different splits. And now he's continuing said domination in this personal vendetta against Milky Way on their way to an absolutely dominant first round.
I feel like it's crazy how you can see that Kanavi is very strong on the Rift because you're feeling it. He's 2 items in, no one else has 2 items. Just his AD carry. And his AD carry's items are cheaper than his, even. You can see the strength of that Lee Sin. He's constantly looking. He's throwing Qs. If he throws a Q and he hits it, he takes it. Also has Missing around with him. They found Doctum. Oh!
If Kanavi is there 1 second
missed.
before that, Doctum is dead. Absolutely and totally. We do get the Rift Herald popped up in mid. Missing playing with so much confidence. He literally sees 3 people in front of him, but the ward is more important, and he could just stand there and take it like the confident man he is. Those bites representing the Twitch chat swarm here for the JDG fans as they crash into the second tier turret. They're just waiting for an overstep. Xiaolahu, he's got the flank. Can he make the difference? This is the engage you need. FPX, they've got Xiaolahu there, but depth charge goes straight onto the back onto Doctum, and their wallet's just too damn big here. Care can't even get back into his base. That Moonlight Vigil might just be a vigil for FPX's death, as Ruler and the rest of JDG are just absolutely toying with their food. They will go undefeated in this first round, and they will claim absolute dominance over this entire group. Hey, with the back-to-back performances that we've seen, they are over 10,000 gold up 18 minutes in, and FPX have been snuffed down to ashes.
Absolutely, and this last dive onto Milky Way from Kanavi, it kind of felt personal. Was it just me? It kind of felt a little bit personal. 6-0-5 for the undisputed GOAT of the LPL. Kanavi, he has pretty much paved this entire game with his Lee Sin pick. Asserted dominance from literally minute 1, and Life has a pretty good engagement here, but it only lands onto Missing, and the second that tower goes down, FPX want to get out of the situation. Yes, Shalahu had a pretty good flank angle, but JDG has so much money that if FPX cannot fight them underneath their towers, they will never have a chance. And there we go. That one was a little bit personal. Flash kick flash.
The
rather from
man's down in the
Hanabi.
ring. The ref's got to stop the fight at some point. The guy, I mean, he's just beating him to a pulp at this point. It has been.
Hey, listen, FPX keep getting back up. What can you do?
I guess that's the truth here. But I think an
Don't follow the rules.
undercurrent here has been Missing's Nautilus really clutch in this game in particular. I think Missing in general has been very active on the map, which helps Kanavi in a lot of these decision-making moments. We saw his first roams to mid, constantly pushing pressure onto Care as well. And it really has been a lot of these engages that help defer the attention of FPX to other sides of the fight.
And for FPX, I also saw them pinging the side lanes as well. I think this is like a last-ditch effort to try and get anything going on the map. They're like, hey, maybe if possibly we can split push, we can make this work. However, how in the world? This is a 2-item LeBlanc. This is a 2.5-item Twisted Fate. 3k up onto the Camille. You try to split push, they'll eat you alive on a side lane. FPX, I feel like every single pathway that they had towards victory has been closed shut from JDG.
One fight loss and your game is over in this one. Now, Shallow.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. He immediately has to get out. That is one of your frontliners, by the way, for FPX, if you didn't know. Now, Yagao looking to take down Milky Way, too. Chain connects, half his health gone. Primal Surge going to help him heal up a little bit. But this is the pressure Yagao on the LeBlanc has. And it's a different shade, it feels like, than the Yagao we were getting in spring. I like these variety picks he's giving and some of the different pressure he can provide. Now TP right back from him to make sure they get this tier 2.
FPX have to run. Again, every time there's a tower going down, FPX have to back off. They have no business walking anywhere without the assistance of a tower, which means JDG is just going to keep choking them and choking them further inside their base. 11,000 gold the lead right now for JDG, and this is where the starving begins for the junglers, specifically for Milky Way. You're already 2,500 gold behind, and now you're going to be getting deprived of your jungle XP and gold. Shalahu. Oh, they see you.
Hook shot. He's going to be able to get out, maybe. Oh, he dodges out of the chains. Oh, no, there's just too many. There's too many of them. He's going to die to Nick out. Okay, well, that feels a little bit bad. He tried to play that out, though.
That was very kind from Kanavi as well for donating that kill over. You know, he came in, did his damage, he walked out like a
Sometimes
gentleman.
a king, sometimes a charity worker, you know?
Okay, how funny would it be, though, if Yagao's LeBlanc went 0-0-X? Whatever assist. That would be hilarious, because the
JDG,
amount of damage
honestly,
he's
in a
done,
nutshell.
the amount of damage he's done in this game is insane. He literally dives forward and takes someone's entire HP bar.
It's actually so insane. The other part about JDG's dominance of this Group A has not only been their winning streak, but also the fact that everything has been 2-0s. We've seen them adapt their style in different ways. We saw last game the Ashe coming in clutch, but it feels like it's because a lot of the meta picks right now fit really well in their wheelhouses.
I mean, yeah, they can play a lot of different playstyles, right? If you want to rely on Yagao in pressuring his lane, being stable in his lane, being the playmaker for you, he can do that. I feel every single cog is working so well into this very well-oiled machine that's called JDG. And again, I have been a huge advocate for Sheer. I felt like he was given a lot of promise. He was given a lot of responsibility in spring, and he actually came out clean with it. If anything, I feel like maybe he was robbed a little bit of the time that he could have played in JDG over Flandre, and it wasn't the case over in playoffs. And right here, I think he's making a very strong case for himself, which was very needed for his development and confidence as well in the squad.
Yeah, youngest player on the squad, newest player there too. Also, maybe the future of JDG in the top lane. Flandre still stoic and still stalwart, but Sheer stepping into his shoes just fine.
This is so sad.
That is the Baron gone to JDG. They'll burn that one down. Luckily, Shallow, who's getting something in the side lane. He's able to get a tier 2 down there with Milky Way potentially, but the JDG squad is going straight up the gut and going down mid lane.
It was a, you know that I know that I know that you know that you know that I know that you're doing Baron, but there's no way I'm walking into fog of war at all because everyone is going to die. FPX. They take whatever they can on the map.
No!
Oh no. Wait, what?
But the Claude, yeah, it's okay.
Just Camille things, you know?
He's tried. He's
like,
tried his heart out. He's tried his little heart out, all right? Man's had a rough split. It's been, you know, it's nice to see him at least give some try. Now, the thing is about JDG, and we brought it up multiple times this series, is they, for lack of a less fun word, they like to play with their food. Like, they consistently find themselves 10K up. They'll take it slow. They'll make you get dragons, or they'll make you fight over dragons. They'll take dragons from you. They'll wait for fights outside of your base and then take your base. It's so funny how dominant they want to present themselves so far this split.
It's kind of like a slow choke, if you will, usually. This one's a fast
Scary,
one.
man.
A very, very
It's like
fast one.
serial killer stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. They prey, you know, the wait for their prey to come out and then they bite. However, JDG right here, I don't think they waited at all. They just knew they were the better team today on the Rift. They have established how dominant they are on the Rift, and I feel like I'm liking this change of pace coming in from JDG because we have branded them as the slower team to finish games out of the top 4, if you will, out of the top 4 teams in general in the LPL. And this pace, this change of pace for JDG is very refreshing to see when they know they're the better on the Rift. Oh,
Talk to him gets half his life taken. Kanavi goes in
Wait,
for
what?
the other half onto Milky Way. They're going full in on Xiaolahu. There's some Baron minions still pushing in there. Another Sonic Wave connects and a double kill for
Oh my
Kanavi.
God.
Give him the Penta, please. He deserves it. The big Moonlight Vigil will help get one back on a sheer, but Kanavi wants more kills. Kanavi wants to secure it. Ruler will get one. Care putting in his best effort to stem the tide of doubt towards FPX. JDG on the doorstep. Ruler putting in the spears. Kanavi landing the Sonic Wave. There's the Dredgeline Lollipop, and you'll be sucking on that one for a while. JDG will decimate the competition. They will go undefeated in the first round robin of group number A. They just gotta finish it now. And that's a 3-0, 6-0 series scoreline for them.
you know, every time I look at JDG, the people that are the most brutal in the Rift, that people that pop off, they look stone cold, man. Kanavi got off his chair as if nothing happened. Sheer was laughing, Yaga was laughing, Missing was laughing. Kanavi was stone cold. Because this was what was promised from JDG in spring. And now they're realizing it. Now they're bringing it to life. JDG looked absolutely and utterly dominant from game 1, from minute 1.
They truly did. It was an impressive performance. Game number 1 took a little bit for them to appear so dominant. This game, they had like that 10,000 gold lead at 18 minutes into the game. And again, Sheer stepping in so cleanly, gives so much lethal versatility to this JDG roster moving forward and looking forward to the next round. They've had so much potential. They've now almost all but guaranteed themselves into that Group A of the next round. And it's been really impressive to watch not only the carry moving around the map, but also the strategies coming out from JDG. Sheer walks off. Props to him for coming in, but that's also where we got to take a little bit of a brass tacks look at FPX. It has not worked. Yes, they're coming off a little bit of freedomifying to themselves, but it is really about finding the strategy that fits them. And I don't know if that same strategy that we were seeing in spring, where it's primarily around Milky Way, is working out for them because of some of the consistency in the lanes that is lacking this split. That was their last split.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the solo lanes are not doing particularly well for the side of FPX to try and enable Milky Way to play the champions that he used to play, where you can play farming in your jungle, you can just play your Kindred and take the fight onto your opponents. And I feel like this has been the key that's been missing for FPX's success currently. Also, maybe a shift in terms of what you could play could be different. However, last split, you could say Maokai and Sejuani were the meta, so you could say, hey, Milky Way was playing off meta because that was his jam. But right now, we see the farming junglers, we see the carry junglers being more prominent, so you cannot just swap the man onto a Sejuani and a Maokai when it's literally his meta.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for them to navigate forward. I want to see maybe a little bit more of that pick versatility come from bot side to maybe enable some of the more meta picks on the other side of the map. I think Shalahu getting his legs under him after a rocky time will be really important for FPX as we move forward. And that is the cool thing about a double round robin is we will see FPX in another round against all the opponents in Group A, and it'll be interesting to watch them grow.
How does my Lee Sin have 17,000 damage? Only
he went
1k
8-0 and
behind
8,
LeBlanc. What? What? Nah. Is the meter broken? Is the meter
broken?
production?
That's
Is the
King
meter
Kanavi
broken?
for you right there. We'll take a look back at some of the highlights here, but I'm sure it's going to
Holy.
be a lot of the combos between him and Missing.
Yeah, missing that Q right there. But it was more of a zoning anchor, if you will. It was more to enable Kanavi to kick Corki after he mispositioned him with the hook. However, this was a big highlight right here. I feel Sheer soaked so much pressure up top lane on a champion that could very easily be taken advantage of. Think like the Rumble, the Twisted Fate, they're very strong in terms of their individual strength on the top side of the map into a lot of the matchups. However, if you take their summoner spells, they can be so prominent to like literal consistent bullying on the top side of the map, and Sheer did not back down that Twisted Fate even when both his summoners went down.
This was a quadra kill for Kanavi in the end. It was also a mind game there. If you saw that first little fight on the Milky Way, waited till the pounce came out to drop that Sonic Wave. That's why I'm missing it, but still picking it up in the end. I think it was that story of, you know, Kanavi wanting to make the difference against Milky Way, maybe wanting to put him in his place a little bit, but also just a continuation of that cohesion and synergy that was maybe lacking in some big moments for JDG that has been ever present, it feels like, so far in summer.
It was very refreshing to also see Yagao step up a lot. Again, he was the target for a lot of criticism in terms of JDG's results over in Spring Split, and it feels like seeing them play a little bit more of an aggressive style, if you will, playing into their opponents' faces, being overconfident, if you will, because these guys, they're more than skilled at this point. They're one of the best teams, probably like globally, right?
Yeah.
They're up there with like the top 5s and the top 6s of the world for sure. And with the names that they have, I feel like being able to play this type of style of League of Legends where they know they're the better team on the Rift.
Missing is so cracked with some of these lollipop dreads blinds he's had, but that is also why it was so heartbreaking for them, and that's why there was so much emotion around this roster from the players themselves over last split, not making it to international, not being able to reunite with a lot of players they know and love, obviously from LCK, from other regions, but it's also about the experience and practice, the want to succeed that this JDG roster has known in the past that has been maybe taken from them in that last split. So it's really nice to see dominance coming out from them.
Yeah, also in terms of players as well, right? You look at the names of the roster, like Ruler, Kanavi, Yagao. Like these guys are almost expected to be at internationals. They're also expected to pave the way for other players to want to be to internationals so they can face them. So them missing from the internationals is obviously a huge hit. However, I feel like this is not only just a redemption arc from JDG compared to Spring Split, it's also them showing a completely different face heading towards these internationals. I feel like Worlds is where their sights are at right now. Obviously winning the split, but also going to that international and showing up a really good form.
It's also funny with all the Yagao doubters when he shows up on the LeBlanc and actually kind of has a great game, and that's twice now that he's been able to do that in summer. So maybe shaking off a little bit of the doubters there for Yagao in the mid lane.
Wait, play of Yagao is early this year.
Oh, could you imagine? That would actually be, I mean, it kind of is working. With this new system, it's like, when do you need to peak? All the time, because every game matters to some extent. But I think this is where it's interesting, because when we look at this Group A, we see JDG fully in front. Looking at the rest of the teams, there's still a lot of give between EDG, FPX, and TT. We're going to be doing the MVP here now, but that conversation still remains.
Who could it be?
And who can take that second spot?
Who
and of
could
course,
it be?
there can only be one. It is Kanavi.
8-0-8 on this Lee Sin. I just really enjoyed the more aggressive playstyle that he brought in this game. We have seen him play Lee Sin obviously countless of times, and a lot of the times he'll take it more slow and calculated. He'll make sure that the plays will not result in overreaching, overreacting, being overeager. Anything that starts with over, he's trying to not do that. However, he was all over the place in this particular game in the best way possible. Anywhere you looked at, Kanavi was there. And he made his presence very known from literally minute one.
I like it. And next opponents, JDG will be facing off against TT next week. And then we will also get FPX versus EDG next week. So no double backs as we have in a couple other groups where you have to face each other back to back. But we do have our results ready to go. So let's go ahead and take a look down memory lane. It was a bit of a short one tonight. I'm not getting very lucky with the long nights, but EDG take a convincing 2-0 over TT. JDG take a convincing 2-0 FPX. And that means that our kind of hierarchy of this Group A is starting to become established.
Ooh, and I'm loving the fact that EDG are taking a step towards success for this particular split. They're second right behind JDG. They've already beaten FPX, a very decisive 2-0 over TT as well. So they're on their way to the resurgence. All the EDG believers, this might be your roster.
Yeah, it actually could be. I think that's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Now, tomorrow we do have RA versus LNG and OMG versus Top Esports. Any thoughts on those?
Oh, I'm a big fan of RA. I feel like so many underdog teams from Spring Split have had a resurgence here, and I feel like RA is the one that I'm definitely keeping my eyes on. That one and AL.
Okay.
Because Alex sold me. Alex sold me on AL,
Well,
so I'm
he
believing
sold
as
you,
well.
He sold you. You
Yeah.
just ride along the AL.
No, he's a
train.
big believer of AL, and
Yeah?
he sold me, so I was like, okay, bet.
I like it. Well, hey, I'm here for it. It has been a pleasure to cast alongside you, Trouble. It's been a fun one here. We will be back tomorrow for more LPL, and we'll see you there.